On Papa Fam, welcome back to the series. We're going to teach you how to build with AI the right way. Welcome to episode 12. I see the chat already going off. You guys are absolutely awesome. I've been loving this series so far. Today we're going to be building a Zendesk / Intercom style app, so a customer support bot, but it does so much more than just that. And I'm going to be diving into the entire AI workflow and how just from a beginner mindset, you don't need any experience here, you can go ahead and build the entire app yourself. As soon as that beat drops, we're going to go ahead and dive straight into a demo of this app, and I'm going to go ahead and build it all from scratch, a whole separate project. So don't worry, we're not reusing any code here. We're going to be starting from absolutely zero. So don't worry if you have experience. I'm going to teach you everything you need to know. Go ahead, like the video, subscribe if you haven't already. Welcome to the stream. Let's get into episode 12, Papa Fam. Welcome to, I've called it my chat. Let's go. Boom. Here we have it, guys. I already see the chat. Marine from Texas. What's up, guys? I see Chowdhury, Abdira, Passion Brains, Haresh. What's good, everyone? Passion Dream Wreck as well. What is up, guys? So here we have the beautiful UI, right? Now, of course, UIs nowadays are not so impressive, so I want to dive into what is actually going on under the hood. But really here, what we have is an amazing chatbot. Now, if you don't know what Intercom or Zendesk are, let me run you through effectively what they are, right? So if somebody comes onto our website, you might often see a little pop-up on the bottom right-hand side, okay? So it might look like something like this, and you click that pop-up, and then you get a nice kind of chat interface. Now, typically, there's a human on the other side of that, but today, I'm gonna be showing you how to do it with an AI agent on the end of that. So we're gonna go ahead and sign in. I've already signed into this one, so I've already got an account here. And I'm going to go ahead and show you now. We have so much to uncover. It's kind of unreal. So we're going to have full customization. So this is what the widget, I'm going to load the real widget over here, guys. And you guys can see it over here. But let's go ahead and actually show you a real use case right here. So if I was to install this, go to setup right here, you can see what we effectively do is we copy this snippet and we put it into any website. Now, of course, I haven't deployed here, but I have tested this and it does work. Do not worry, but this is obviously the test. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you on localhost. So that way everyone doesn't spam my AI agent. Otherwise it's gonna go crazy on the usage credits, but you would effectively just copy this and then it loads in. So we're gonna try it right now by opening a demo website. And right here, you can see it loaded up and we've got our little chat interface on the bottom right-hand side. So if I go ahead and click it, and I just realized you can't see fully, but if I click that now, you can see I get a wicked little chat interface. Now let me go ahead and actually make that on the screen a bit more visible. So there you go, you guys can see a bit better, right? So you guys can see we've got a beautiful chatbot that pops up. Now, not only can you speak to a member of the team, but you can also go ahead and check out the entire help and knowledge section over here. So for example, if they have a question about, for example, a refund, it's got an entire knowledge base over here. We can go to our chat. We can see our previous chats, and let's go ahead and start a new chat, okay? So in this case, I'm going to say, hi there. And as you can see, this is actually running from Next.js. I'm going to go ahead and hide this for this session. And let me just turn the volume down so I can give you a full demo. But look at this, guys. Hey, how can I help you regarding Sunny's organization? Obviously, I haven't given it a proper name yet, but I've gone ahead and already trained this one a bit. So let's go ahead and say, for example, I want to join what plans do you have? Right? And now this is fully an AI agent that is talking to me here. So you can see, look, it's fully streaming in, replying everything over here. And as you can see, it goes ahead and replies. Now, if I, for example, I can go ahead and have a chat with this, it will even suggest little widgets, and that will take us to the entire help section to go ahead and answer our questions. However, what's really cool is if I say, for example, I want to chat to a human, right? Because sometimes that's how support systems work. Some people don't want to chat to a bot. They want to chat to a human. And in this case, look at this. The conversation has been escalated to a human agent. A team member will follow up shortly. Now it gets interesting, okay? So I'm going to go over to the inbox, and this is where the team would effectively see it. And we're going to go ahead and make this a little bit bigger now. And as we can see, this is the chat that we can see over there, right? And now it's been escalated to a human. I can assign it to myself, so I'm logged in. Look, conversation assigned to Sunny. And then I can go ahead and reply. I can say, hey, how's it going, right? Hey, how's it going? And then you can have a full chat. Like, hi, thanks for replying. And as you can see, everything is real time. This is absolutely amazing. And now, if I want to return to AI, I can even go ahead and do that too. So I'm going to return to AI at the end. The AI is now handling this chat. And if I was to type in, for example, hi, now we'll get the AI assistant carrying over. Look at that. Hello again. How can I assist you regarding the organization? Absolutely incredible stuff. It's a full-fledged app, guys. No joke. This one is damn awesome. We have full members functionality involved in it as well. So you can go ahead and check out all of the previous chats. You can dive into them. You can see exactly what is going on. So I've seeded a couple of chats here, but look at this, pretty cool. So look, I was charged twice this month. Sorry about that. And then it goes ahead and looks into it. Sunny joins and then goes ahead and resolves the issue. Okay, so really, really cool stuff. But then, of course, it gets better. So when we go ahead and actually ask a user to sign up, we can actually go ahead and collect a bit of details. So if we go over to behavior and we type in required fields, so we've got the first name, last name, phone as well. So now when they go ahead and initially sign up, obviously this user is already signed in, but the first time that you come up to the web, the pop-up, it will now prompt you for your first name, last name, and email, and then we capture them as a lead. And in addition to that, we also have this beautiful automatic message. So this one is absolutely awesome because now, say somebody comes on your website, they're scrolling along, 15 seconds go by and they haven't interacted much. Now we can have it so after 20 seconds or whatever delay you want, let's say if you want to be more aggressive after 15 seconds, you can now go ahead and have a little pop-up such as this. And now they get a nice little message, they can click it and then they get access to the chat. Right? So beautiful, beautiful stuff here. We've got the install script again, the appearance tab. You can go ahead and customize everything that you could want, right? So we've got all of our customizations here. You can change the top. So we could be like support agent or support team, for example, or chat to support team or help, whatever you want to do. Logos. We even got the, let me get this. This is super bugging me right now. We need to make it a little bit matchy. There we go. So something like that is nicer. Okay, and then you can go ahead and save your changes. And then we have team avatars as well. So when you're talking to someone, it's more nicer if you can have an avatar per team member. So we've also implemented that, okay? But it gets better, right? Firstly, remember I said all of those leads are captured. So now you have a full lead management system, right? So this is very, very cool. And they also have statuses, right? So if they've been replied to, if the chat is now closed, you can search, you can export, you can do a ton of stuff here. And then we also have the knowledge base. Right? So we have the knowledge, but this is probably the most important part now. What makes an AI assistant or a customer support bot actually useful is the knowledge base behind it, okay? So we have a few cool things. We have a website crawler where you can actually go ahead, give it a website. And I actually just fixed a bug on this one. I'm going to check if it actually works. This is quite nerve-wracking because I haven't tested this. I had it on my list to test, but we're going to see if it did. Okay, it's not included in your plan. Yep, that's good actually. So it's not included in your plan. So some stuff is actually limited based on what plan you're in. So this app has full billing. And yes, it is going to be powered by our friends over at Clerk. Clerk are incredible. They're going to handle all the authentication today, including B2B authentication. So you're actually going to be able to onboard team members, have role-based access control, and all of the billing set up around it is going to be so easy. And it gets even better, guys, because not only have we got the authentication handled for us, and we have multi-tenancy inside of this build, but we also have a full agent flow where our agent, using the Clerk CLI, is going to be able to set up everything, configure everything, and then deploy it for us. It's absolutely incredible where we're going in this space right now. This is truly a really fun one to show you guys. Okay, so when we go ahead and set up with that, it will do me the world of justice. If you guys go to the first link, sign up using our link. All right, but let's go back to the build now. So as you guys can see, the knowledge base is what I was talking about. We're storing everything inside of Convex, but we can go ahead and either create a new article, so really nice stuff there, or we can edit an existing one. So in this case, these are just articles. Think of it as knowledgeable pieces that your team members should know about, okay? So in this case, we can have a cover image, popular, published. We can also have, for example, categories, title, and these could be, for example, frequently asked questions. We can see, for example, like what plans do you offer and so forth, okay? So this is really, really nice stuff. Then, of course, we have the team. So in this case, I don't want to be the only member on my team to handle everyone. So now I can actually go ahead and invite members. If I go down to the members tab, I can actually invite, for example, Jay over here. So I can do j4399@gmail.com. Go ahead, select his access. In this case, oh, my CSS screwed something up, but I can select his access as either an admin or a member. And then I can actually send it the invitation. Now that has sent an email invite to him. And he, once he accepts, now has access to the app, but only as a member, which means he can do things such as respond to people, but he can't, for example, if we want to, we can restrict based on like customization. We can restrict based on, is he allowed to invite members or not? Can he see the billing, for example, as well? And on top of all of this, guys, we have paid plans. So right now I'm on the pro plan, but what if I want to upgrade? Okay, so let's go to upgrade to scale. So in this case, we can see the upgrade plan, but I want to show you a nicer view of this actually. If we go to our billing screen itself, we'll go over here, look at this, right? We've got plans that support, that scale with your support, okay? So we've got free, pro, and scale. So in this case, we've got $49 a month, or we've got $199 a month. We can count the AI number of messages used, the number of seats. And one thing that Clerk recently did, which was absolutely so nicely, honestly added, it was added during the last live stream, was they added seat-based billing, which is absolutely awesome. So now we can actually bill a flat rate as well as seat-based. So that means that if we have, for example, additional seats, you can charge per seat. It's sick. Really, really nice stuff. And I'm really excited that they're doing this. Okay. So we have this. We also have crawling. We also have a few other things as well, right? So this is really, really nice. And if you, for example, want to upgrade, you click on upgrade, the full checkout flow comes in. You can go ahead and pay. And just like that, guys, oops, well, in that case, I need to just, that's a little Z index bug. You can click that. Now I am a scale member, okay? And just like that, we have our scale usage and AI messages. That's absolutely awesome, okay? So we're going to go ahead and dive into all of this right now. We also have all of our own manage account screens, all this stuff. Like everything you could expect is inside this app. It's pretty damn awesome, okay? So we're going to build all of this today, right? And again, like I said, you can have multiple teams, right? Each one can have their own billing plan and can have access to different things. This is really important because you could be an agency manager managing a couple of companies where all of them you set up, for example, customer support bots for, and now you can easily create different organizations for different ones. For example, if I had let's just call it the Avengers team, right? So I've got a website for the Avengers and we're gonna create an organization for them. In this case, I create an organization, I can invite different members. And as you can see now, I have an entire empty knowledge base. I have a customizer for the Avengers and I have, look, fresh leads. And the team is just me at the moment. And for this one, we are on the free plan. And then you can switch between your different organizations. This is what we refer to as a multi-tenancy B2B SaaS application. Yes, I know the term gets thrown around a ton lately. It gets memed about, but we're actually building it full end to end, okay? So this is gonna be absolutely huge, this build, okay? So let's go ahead. And what I've done actually to make things a bit easier is I've created a nice little features doc because I thought this would be nice, a nice way of kind of showcasing what we're going to be doing in this build. Now, of course, we're using AI to build this. I'm going to show you all of the things that you need to know to go ahead and build things the right way with AI as opposed to just vibe coding. And I say vibe coding like this because the term is used to describe often when people don't know what they're doing, but they use AI to build a website. And I'm an engineer for over 15 years. I'm going to tell you exactly what you should be doing, okay? So we're going to go ahead and dive into this one. Sunny, I watched your tutorial using Codex, Gemini, and Quen. And Sunny, what you showed was a game changer. Thank you. You're absolutely welcome, Saraswata. I appreciate you. Mustafa says, hello to everyone. I'm a bit late, but seems we're a bit off. Seems we're off to a good start. Amazing stuff, dude. And then we have the final one, which is Passion Brains goes, interesting. Chat can talk or do anything else like books and Google Calendars. So you can give it tools. So what I'm going to be teaching you today is how you can actually enable it to do things on your behalf. So in this instance, we have effectively, our agent is basically doing retrieval. So RAG retrieval, which basically means that if I can ask it something, it can go and fetch information, pull it back, and then reply to our user. However, yes, you can have tools. And it's pretty damn awesome because Vercel just launched Eve, which is amazing, right? I've been using it for a few other things. I don't know if we're going to cover it today. I could cover it, but I haven't prepared for that one. But in this case, I've got a whole video coming up for Vercel's new Eve platform, which is effectively Next.js for agents. So it's going to be absolutely insane, the things that are coming out recently, very, very shortly, okay? So you make things so fast, it's hard to follow. I appreciate the feedback. I'm going to try my best to explain things, okay? Now, we've got tons to cover inside this build, right? A shared team inbox, knowledge base and an agent, embeddable chat widget, something we haven't actually done on the stream before. And I'm really, really excited to show you how to do this. And then we have, for example, lead management, the widget customizer, the one that you put on different websites, as well as billing, marketing and installing, and also, like I said before, the multi-tenancy authentication. Okay, so the first thing I need you guys to do is hit the first link in the description. We need to set up our Clerk account, which handles all of our authentication and all of our billing. So first step is head over to this link and then create an account. So I've already created an account here. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go over to my account over here. And look at this, Mustafa goes, the energy here is fire. Yeah, dude, our streams are so sick. Like everyone is absolutely amazing in this community. Really, really awesome stuff. Like welcome to the stream if you're new here, right? So once you've got your clerk set up and ready, I want you to go ahead and actually, once you've got it done, we're gonna pause here because I have a few steps that I want you to do afterwards, okay? So create your account so that way you have an account because we're gonna need this one. And then what I want you to do is go to install the Clerk CLI. So if you just type in clerk.com/CLI, you'll land on this link. And then all you need to run is npm install -g clerk. Okay, now I've already installed this, so I'm not gonna install it again. But once you've done that, what effectively you will have is the following. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you my terminal over here. And if I type in, for example, clerk right now, or clerk-v, for example, I am on version 1.4.0, and I believe that's the old version actually. So we should be on the latest version. So I need to update mine. So let's go ahead and update mine right now. And I messed up here because I actually installed mine in the wrong place the first time I did it. So let's hopefully, fix that one up. Let's go ahead and get that done. So npm install -g clerk, change 2 packages. Now let's do clerk-v, and we are on 1.4. Yeah, mine's screwed up. Okay, that's fine. But you just need to run this one, okay? Run this command, and I'll show you how we can fix it afterwards. I'm not going to spend too long on, going ahead and do that. Sunny actually must tell me where Jay is. Jay's actually having a surgery right now, guys. So Jay's actually literally don't worry, he's okay. But go ahead and send him some love, and I'll send him your messages. I appreciate you guys asking about him as well. That's absolutely really nice of you guys, okay? So now that we have the Clerk CLI set up, the final thing that I want you to do is you can go ahead and just sign up to Convex as well. So Convex is easy. You just create an account. It's absolutely free. We've already done all of these things. This is a dummy site as well. Now tell me right now, do you want this demo that we effectively built in the beginning, right? So I built beforehand, or would you like the demo at the end of the build? Let me know, and I'll think about which one I'm going to include. But it's kind of helpful feedback for me in terms of like, do you want to see the one that I have in the beginning of the build, or do you want to see the one that we end up with at the end? Because obviously they're going to be different apps. Okay, so in which software are you typing npm clerk? So that one is basically your terminal. So it could be your terminal, it could be the shell, it could be, in this case, I'm using Warp. This one is basically Warp, so it's a terminal which basically has like AI inside of it, which is quite cool. But yeah, you can use whatever you want, right? Okay, so we're going to dive into this build right now and start getting locked in. Now, one thing I do want to mention, if you haven't already, sign up to our community. It's going to be launching the doors it's very, very soon. I promise you this. We have so many emails that are literally asking us when these doors are opening. I promise you it is coming. I have so much stuff on the way. I'm trying to get the best, the almost optimal route to deliver it all. So go ahead and jump into this one right here, and you'll be one of the first to join our community. Absolutely free to go ahead and sign up to the waitlist. Sign up in the link in the description, and you'll be the first to know about all the latest things, as well as coaching calls with me weekly in a group chat, okay? Jonathan says, hey, been a sub for a while now. It's crazy how quickly AI is taking over the grunt work and solving issues. I'm also an engineer with 20 years experience. Scary how quick it's happening. Dude, that's awesome to see you in the chat. And yeah, it's absolutely insane how fast things are moving, which is why I think it's more important than ever to have streams like this where we build live and show people how to do things the right way. Okay, so now in terms of kicking off this build, you can do it in so many ways, right? You really can kind of get started in a ton of different ways. Now, the first thing is we need to select our harness. Now, what is a harness, right? You might hear this term thrown around a bit. A harness is basically where our agent is basically doing work for us. A harness could be Claude Code, it could be Codex, it could be Cursor, whatever you want to do. I use Cursor on the streams because I can teach you more visually, because I can show both the editor nicer and I can show you the agent flow as well. That's the reason why I use Cursor on streams. However, just know, full transparency, I use pretty much all of these individually with their own subscription plans on Macs. Okay, so the first thing I want you to do is we're going to start off in our home directory by just typing cd, and then I like to put things into the right place. So I have a folder called documents/builds, okay, /builds, and then I'm going to go ahead and create the application. Now I'm using pnpm. You can use whatever you want, but I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say pnpm create next app. Okay, so create next app. So in this case, I've got a little demo one that I was doing. We're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to say Zendesk. Well, let's give it a name. Let's call it Zencom, right? Zencom or something like. It's a bit of a mesh between the two, right? I love both of those platforms. So if you guys are watching, team from those, this is not trying to copy you. It's just trying to educate people, right? Zendesk or Zencom MB, or let's just say demo. okay? And then we're going to say YouTube because it helps me track what's what. So I want you to run the following command, just npm create next app, or npx create next app, or if you've got pnpm, you can do exactly what you see on the screen, right? Once that's done, it will ask me a couple of things. I'm going to say no, I want to customize my settings, and then everything here is the default, except usually the React compiler is off, so I want that on, okay? So everything else here, app router, yes, no, and then this one is very nice. We're going to say, would you like to include the agent's MD? Yes, we want to include the agent's MD, okay? So now we're going to go ahead and we set things up. Now, you might be wondering, well, Sunny, actually, can't we go ahead and get an agent to set all of this up for us? Why are you doing something manually, man? Because trust me, set things up yourself. Understand what the hell you're building, and it will take you so, it will save you so many things. Okay, guys, I'm not going to slow down too much because we've got so much to do, right? Really, you can watch the video back. Everything is live, recorded. It's going to be available afterwards. Okay, so we're going to go into that folder. So I'm going to type into what we called it. What was it? Zencom. So CD Zencom demo YouTube, and then I have to do this little extra step because I'm a bit anal with the security side of things. So don't worry, you don't have to do that step. I've already done that one. And then I'm going to open it up in our coding harness. Now, again, like I said, you could use Claude Code, you could use Cursor, you could use Codex. I'm going to open it up in Cursor today, just so I can show you and teach you what we're actually building at the code level. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close this one, and I'm just going to prepare a few things for you guys. Okay, so over here now, we have the Cursor agents view. Okay, so this is the agents window. We can also go up here to open up the editor window. So what I like to do while I'm teaching is I like to have the editor window open as well. And then that way I can show you guys the project. So if I go to open project, I can go to my builds folder. So in this case, I can go to builds and I can type in, for example, Zendesk, Zencom, sorry. And now I have the code available here and I have the agents window available here. Okay, so most coding harnesses now look like this. They tend to follow the same flow. Obviously, some people prefer to go ahead and use anti-gravity or Codex or Claude Code, whatever you want to do. And again, you can actually even still go and use something like Claude Code in the IDE. So we could also do it this way. We could say, for example, if I'm outside of here and I go into Zencom, I'm just going to the same folder. If I was to type in, for example, Claude, now inside of this folder, I could run Claude Code. Right, so really down to you how you really want to work with this, right? There's no right or wrong here, just down to preferences and what you really like to do, okay? So with that in mind, we're now going to go ahead and I'm going to close this one. So we're not going to do it in this. I've shown you in a bunch of different harnesses before, but I'm just going to make sure this folder is selected, number one, and then I'm going to go ahead and do local first. And I've got the model on max with Opus 4a. Again, you can use whatever model fits your budget. Just know that when you're planning, it's better to go ahead and do the, I love that one. It's better to go ahead and do a higher, more powerful model because the planning is the most important part. Okay, so step one, I want you to go to customize or marketplace or whatever your IDE you're using. So if I open up Claude, for example, and I go over to a previous one, I literally fixed the bug before I went live just now. And you can see here, I was going ahead and building out a few things. In Claude Code, it's called customize. And then in, I believe in Codex, it's called marketplace. And then here, it's just customize, right? So it depends. Some will call it marketplace. Some will say customize. Some will say, they keep changing it, okay? The main thing is that here is where we install what we like to call plugins. So I'm going to type in Clerk firstly and go ahead and I want you to install this. This will install Clerk's MCP server, which allows this, this basically allows our agent to go ahead and actually interact with our Clerk account. So that way it can do things for us. It can go ahead and basically set up billing and subscriptions for us. It can go ahead and access our, our users and everything like this. So that's the first thing, the MCP server, and then a bunch of skills on how to use it. And skills are very important because basically when we talk to an agent, the main thing is that we don't want to blow out the initial context window, the amount of tokens it initially has to basically know what the hell you're talking about. As we ask it questions based on the skills that are installed, if I ask it a question, for example, about Clerk Backend API, then it will go ahead and pull in that skill, which is effectively just a skill.md file, which is basically like a massive bit of text, and it teaches it how to go ahead and use that exact service. And that way, we don't always have a bunch of extra knowledge stuffed into our system prompt. It's just a much cleaner way of doing things, okay? So Varun goes, it seems like whenever I run into a question, you already have a video for it. Thanks for the Clerk Export Auth video, Sunny. I appreciate it. Absolutely welcome, dude. I love your positivity. And thank you so much for being an awesome member of the community. I love you guys. Honestly, you guys are absolutely awesome. I'm just trying to find something. I just want to see if I can. I can't actually see. Oh, yeah, there we have it. Yep, nice. Make sure you destroy that like button if you're enjoying this videos as well. Yeah. So now, once we've done that, you just want to go back out, go to Convex, and you also want to install this one. Same reason. MCP, skills, sub-agents also get added, which are very handy for things like Convex Advisor, Convex Reviewer, and also a few rules and hooks get added as well. Okay, so we've got those two now, and I want you to do a couple of others. Superpowers is one of my favorites. It's, for example, brainstorming, dispatching parallel agents. It's basically like a massive upgrade for your agents. Okay, so you can feel free to go ahead and do this one as well. I am a big fan of this one. I feel like it really did level up things on my coding side of stuff. Right? And again, if you're using any other service, you can feel free to see if they have something available here. If they don't have it here, you can go ahead and install it elsewhere as well. Okay. Now, installing plugins is one thing. Right, so plugins are basically bundles, like you saw. Like this is a bundle, a plugin, which installs all of this stuff. Then what we need to do is go ahead and, like I said before, install the CLIs. So CLIs are separate. CLIs live on our computer, right? So in this case, it's a command line interface. It runs in our shell, right? Which is basically running on our computer or on a server, for example. Now, in this case, we've already installed the Clerk CLI. I want you to install the Convex CLI next. Okay, so simply type in Convex CLI, and then I want you to go ahead and install this one right here, npm install Convex. Okay, now we have our code up and running. So let's go to our Intercom. Oops, no, we need to a new agent, and we have the Zencom demo YouTube. Okay, so I want to say first up, I need to add in Convex and Clerk. Okay, so there's two ways of doing this here. The easiest way that I would recommend you do is if you go into Clerk and you simply go ahead and I'm trying to think the nicest way that I'm going to show you how to do this. So if we go into Clerk CLI, now here we have npm install -g. Okay. Now I just want to make sure I'm on the latest version because it's very, very frustrating that it's not on the latest version. And I really need it to be on the latest version. So I'm going to do npm install -g. I just want to get my agent to fix this for me now. I'm going to say it shows version 1.4 installed. I should have fixed this before, but I want the latest globally. I have basically got things a bit mixed up elsewhere. So I'm going to go ahead and just fix this one right now. So this is the first thing I want to do. And you don't need to do this, by the way. You just need to make sure you've got the latest one installed, but I need to fix this. And again, this is why I like doing live streams, because you can see where I can go ahead and actually do this the real way, okay? So it actually says that it's 1.5, interesting. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and let this one run for a sec. Now, a couple of things while this is running, if you go to the right-hand side or Command Shift B, I think it is, yeah, Command Shift B, you can go ahead and open up the right-hand sidebar. And then on the left-hand side, you've got Command B, right, to open up and close this one. This is where all of your chats live. Now, once you get good with this stuff, you'll find that you're coding across agents, across different repos. It gets pretty awesome real fast. Just know that what you're doing is the main thing, okay? So if you click on this one, you can see uncommitted changes. So here, we're going to click on Initialize Repo to set up our initial repo, okay? And you can see these are all the starter packages which are installed inside of, Next.js starter template that we just set up earlier. Okay, the Clerk version command is stuck, so I need to terminate process. Okay, so let that do its thing. And you can see that the latest version of npm is 1.5 and you have 1.4. So interesting. So I've screwed up something here. Okay, so I need to make sure that that's actually fixed. Or actually just say use npm and install latest global. I just need to fix that so I can show you guys the correct setup. Okay, now once that's done, I'm just going to go ahead and actually commit these changes. So we're just going to say commit. And I'm going to go ahead and commit, right? And then as you can see, it's going to go ahead and create a new chat to go ahead and commit these changes. Or to be honest with you, this is where it gets a bit lazy, right? If you go into your editor view, so you can go over here, you can actually just commit this yourself and just say initial app commit. All right, this is just a very simple commit. And this is why I always say, like, you should know how things like Git work, for example. So I would spend time and learn about what Git is. The latest CLI is now installed, upgraded from, there you go. Now, if I go to my terminal now, so ZSH, ZSH, and now I can go ahead and see over here. Let's do npm, or let's just do clerk-v. And now we can see, okay, so this is still on the old one. Let's see, check it's on 1.5. Okay, so already debugging. That's very frustrating. So we should have been done that. So once that's done, I'm going to show you guys how we can install also Convex as well inside of our environment. Okay. So it's on. Okay, interesting. So it's probably just this terminal's dead. So we can actually create a new terminal now, and then clerk-v 1.4. And what I can do sometimes is I go ahead and send this and say, see it states 1.4. Right, so a bit of a frustrating one. The reason why I think it's important to show you this stuff sometimes is because you can skip past this if you're watching the replay. But honestly, like this is what happens sometimes, right? You do get stuck and there are two clerk binaries on your system, for example. That can happen. I don't know when that happened, but that can happen. So I'm going to get AI to go ahead and fix that one for me. It's because I have Hermes. That's very frustrating, actually. That's why it happened. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get this one fixed. I use PMPM, switch to npm-g. Yeah, I did the same thing. I messed up once before, okay? Now, while that's happening, we can actually do a few things on our own. I want to actually set up Convex, number one, okay? So we can go over to our Convex, right? So I've already got this set up, and you can do npx Convex Dev, okay? So if we go over here, and I can simply do npx Convex Dev inside of this folder, and what we can see here is this will go ahead and actually initialize a project for us. We can say create a new project. Now, if you're not logged in, it will prompt you to log in. So I've already logged in. So I'm going to create a new one. And you see here, it says Sunny Sanger's projects on Vercel or Sunny Sanger's team. So this is the interesting part because you can actually have it connected to Vercel. And this is quite a nice setup if you get this one right. I don't know whether to show you this one or this one. The benefit of doing Vercel is you actually go ahead and get all of your environment variables fixed for you. So we could actually do that one. I don't care if it takes longer. It's going to be more valuable to you guys. So I think what we do is I'm just going to get this one to push this to a private GitHub repo. So push the code to a public, public GitHub repo for me and call it, let's just say Zencom YouTube demo. Okay. And so I've got, mine has GitHub MCP access. Hopefully this goes ahead and get fixed. Okay, Hermes Node version. It's not very nice, but still it's fine for now. I'll fix that properly afterwards. You won't have to deal with that because you'll probably be starting from a fresh instance. Now I'm going ahead and pushing this. So this will now go ahead and push it to GitHub. And then in a moment, we will have this on GitHub. So mine's authenticated as me, so it can act on my behalf. And again, that is called a GitHub MCP. So you can actually install the GitHub skill. If you go to customize, type in GitHub. Oops, not here. You can do it in a few places. You can actually do it here as well if you don't know. You can go into the editor window, cursor settings. You can either install it inside of here. So you can have the plugins over here. I think it's GitHub here. I've imported it. Okay, so you just got to go to type in GitHub MCP and set it up based on the instructions. Okay, it's very simple to set up. I can create a video on that. But in this case, I've got a public GitHub repo. And by the way, you guys can go check this one out right now, okay? I'm popping it in the chat for you all, so you can feel free to use this, right? So you guys can see as we build, I'll be pushing to this one. And this is basically an empty repo, okay? So now what I'm gonna do is I wanna push this. So the easiest way is you can get your agent to set this up, but I'm probably gonna do it ourselves just to show you, okay? So if I go to let's go over here. I'm just gonna go to Vercel. Now, in this case, I'm going to go over to vercel.com and I just want to make sure I'm in the correct account. So in this case, we've got a few things here. Sunny Sangers, which one? I've got so many different things. Okay, so YouTube team or projects. Let's see over here. Okay, cool. Now what I want to do is I want to go to my add new. And then I'm going to go to project, domain, store. So in this case, we're going to go to add new project. And you can see here, import git repo. So if you haven't connected your GitHub here, you can connect it. But here we're going to go ahead and do the Zencom YouTube demo, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. And then I'm going to go ahead and see, and it automatically detects this Next.js. And then everything else is pretty good. We don't have environment variables at the moment. We're going to click deploy, okay? So this will go ahead and deploy it. And notice how I haven't created a Clerk account and I haven't created a Convex. I haven't set those up yet, okay? So right now, this is going to deploy to Vercel. So we're going to give this a bit of time while it goes ahead and does that. And in the meantime, we're going to come back out here. And in this case, now we have it set up correctly, I believe. So I'll fix that later on, but we should see 1.5. There we go. Okay, so now I'm on the correct one. So I can show you a proper demo without things breaking in a weird way. Okay. Oh, it's actually Command Option B. I got it wrong before. It's not Command Shift B. All right, so I can close this one. Okay, so we've already gone ahead and created this one as well. And you can see that's actually my chat from the editor window. So you see how they're shared across. right? First vibe code I see, light theme of Vercel. Yeah, you got me. The reason being is I have it on system because I work in a very bright room, so I prefer to have it visible as hell. But in this case, you see it deployed. So we click on visit deployment on Vercel. And now, sorry, not visit deployment. We're going to go back to our Vercel dashboard. So let's go back. And we should be able to see it in here now. So Zencom YouTube demo, click it. And then I want you to go over to, let's make it a bit bigger, guys. It's way too small. I'm going to go over to our integrations. All right. Now here you can see I've got a few things already connected. I've already connected Clerk and I've already connected Convex. So you can do that yourself by going here to Browse Marketplace and simply go to Convex, for example, right? So you click this. And now what we can do is we can actually install this. So if I click on install, configuration and plan, we can go ahead and choose the configuration, we can continue, and then we can say, for example, like what name do we want to call it? So we're going to say Zencom YouTube, okay? That's going to be the name of our app. And then you can see it's free plan. We're going to create that one. Databases provisioning. Nice, okay? So it's going ahead and it's setting this one up. Now it says your Convex database is ready to use. Click on continue. We can connect our project. You see Zencom YouTube demo. And now which environments? We can do it for all, but in this case, I'm going to be mainly pushing it. Let's do all of them, right? Let's just do all of them, connect. Right now, why is this really cool? Because this is quite nice now, because what it's done is it automatically gives us our environment variables, and our agent now can automatically synchronize things across, because basically when you deploy to Vercel, there are several environments you can be in. You can be in a preview environment, the production environment, your development environment. So you want to have different environment keys for each. This simplifies it a ton, okay? So we've already done this now. So this is now connected. And what we can then do is go ahead and I'll show you the easy way of doing it. So that period to OT, and so we've already done this one. Environment local, I can copy this one. And I need to re-authenticate. 1 second, guys. Let me go ahead and quickly authenticate my account. We're just going to use and then there we go. Oh, failed to copy. What is that? And I should, 1 second. Let me just make sure. Okay, that's right. Yep. So I've copied it now. And then you can see, look, connect to the Convex CLI. So npx login -Vercel. And then you can see, look, create new, install Convex into your code base, right? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and firstly do that command. So we're going to go to our terminal. We're going to go ahead and do npm convex login -Vercel. And then we're going to go ahead and push that one. Device has previously been authorized and is ready to use with Convex. Awesome. So I've already authenticated. And then you want to do npm create Convex at latest with the Vercel JSON. Or for existing projects, you can learn to integrate by following the quick start of your language, blah, 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 blah. All right, so in this case, we can go ahead and do it this way. We can go to the quick start guide. Oh, we've actually done this one already, but connect to a Vercel project. We've done over the Vercel's build command. So we just need to basically, for simplicity's sake, we just need to copy our environment key. So go to our snippet, go to our .env file, which we need to create, .env.local. And I'm going to invalidate all my keys, but these are private keys. You should not share these ones, okay? So we have a Convex deployment key. So that's actually the production key. So don't use that one. This is actually the production one. We need the development one. So I should have copied that one. So that's our development key. So let's go over here and see how it says prod versus dev. So dev, flexible lock. And now if I was to type in npx convex dev, we should automatically pick up our key, right? You see that? Boom. It automatically detected the key and everything is great, right? So we need to next up run this command over here. So I'm going to go ahead and you see, in order to push add convex to your package JSON dependencies and a few other things. So I'm going to go ahead and firstly install npx convex AI files install. So that basically installs the skills into our project. And now you can see we've added in a few different skills, which teaches our agent on how to use Convex as a backend. And it also set things up for us. And it should have added it to our package JSON. If it didn't, we can add it ourselves, right? So we can do that by simply adding in pnpm I convex, okay? And this will go ahead and install it. Now, once that's done, we're going to go to, that's all done. I think it was a Convex. Okay, I need to do I need to improve it. So let me just quickly do that one. You don't have to do this one again. I really need to get rid of that on stream because it's very annoying. All right. So now that's done. Now if we do pnpm, what's it called? If we try and run it, so npx convex dev, this will try and run our backend now. So we should see that developing against development, deployment, Convex functions ready. Nice. So we've now deployed our backend. So if we go to our Convex, So we go to, let's go to login. Let's log into our account and I'll show you where it is on your Convex side of things. And again, you can skip through this video, as you go ahead and if you need to jump through it. But you can see now on the top left, you can see that I've got this drop down. Sunny Zanga's team, one of my mentorship students, and then we've got Vercel. Right, so we've got Intercom, Zencom, YouTube, right? So if we click this now, I should be able to see the different environments. We've got the production, development, and also Dev Vercel, so flexible lock, right? So this is very, very cool now. So now I set this up for us and we have our first, I believe we'll have a function. No, we don't have any functions yet. Okay, so now we have our Convex set up for us. And I recommend you do this manually. The reason being, yes, you can give this to AI, but it's worth knowing what the hell you're doing. So we have Convex set up here. And you can see we don't have any schemas or anything like that yet. But we can be sure because we've got our agents and our Claude files that our agents are ready to build on this. Okay, so that's step one. The next step is we need to set up our clerk. So you can do this two ways. So first up, I'm going to go to my Vercel. And I want you to go over to all databases. Or actually, let's go to integrations. Yeah, and I'm going to need to type in clerk. Okay, so I've already installed clerk. So you can see here we have it. And I've already clicked on install. So once it's installed, I want you to go ahead and do the following. So we can do this in two ways, but I'm actually going to do it in the Clerk CLI way. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel this by doing Control C. We're going to make this a bit bigger. And then I'm going to go ahead and do Command B. I'm going to type in clerk init. Okay. And then it says clerk init detecting framework, right? And you can see, look, select the clerk application to link to Intercom, Vector, Papamart, and all these other ones. Now, these are not the ones that I actually want to see. I want to see the one which we need to see, which is the, what's it called? It's actually been created for us inside of Clerk. So if we go over to our Clerk and you see over here, where is it? I always actually lose this part, but I don't think we've created it yet. Maybe we haven't. No, we haven't created it yet. So we can do it inside of I always screw this bit up. So in this case, no, okay, we can do it ourselves, right? So we're going to go ahead and do clerk init and then logged in as team at Papa React. Okay, so I'm in a different account. That's why. So I need to go to my team at Papa React account. And then we should be able to see here, we've got a few others. Now, there is actually another workspace that's not being detected now. But I just want to see if I can show you that one because it's quite important to show you that one. Okay. Okay, screw it. I'm just going to do clerk init, and then we can go ahead and just create a new one. So we can go down here to create a new application. Application name, we can say Zencom, right? Zencom. Go ahead and click OK. And now our agent is literally, or CLI is going to connect everything up for us. So detecting Next.js, installing Clerk Next.js for Next.js, it's doing it all for us, right? Clerk will go ahead and make the following changes. We're going to say yes, right? And then it's going to pull the environment variables, and then it says install agent skills, and we're going to say yes. Right. Although we did it at the cursor level, we're also going to do it at the CLI level as well. All right. So we're also going to install the skills because this installs skills into our actual code repo. So that way, if anyone else or we spin up a cloud agent, they also get these skills as well. So we're going to go ahead and say OK. And you see how I notice I don't do global, I do project. It's very important because as you start building out, right. So I'm going to install another set. And this one's for project as well. Symlink, yes. We're going to proceed. As you start building out and you start working with things like cloud agents and so forth, you need to really go ahead and make sure that all of them have access to the skills that are installed. So you want to always install per project. And that way, if you spin up a new one, they have access to the skills inside. Okay. So now once this is done, you can go ahead and go back. And again, you can get AI to do that for you. Okay. But you see inside of environment local now, we have a few things that we have a clerk, we have the clerk keys over here. And I just like to organize a few things. Okay. So I like to go ahead and just put this up here. So these are all of my clerk keys. And again, these are secret keys. You should not be sharing them. I'm going to invalidate them. So do not worry. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and have my deploy key over here as well. And I'm going to get rid of these. Okay. We can keep that if you want, if it helps you out. Right. So these are all of our environment variables. Let's go ahead and say Convex now. Now, once we have these, this connects to my backend and the Convex one, and Clerk connects to all the backends, the authentication and billing side of things. Now, this is where it gets really fun. So once we've got this set up now, we can go over to our agents view, right? Because I wanted to show you in the editor view so I can go ahead and actually show a bit more things going on. But if I go now and make it, for example, let's do a new chat now. And this is where we can plan out the idea. So first step is we're going to do / brainstorming. right? And that was installed from the Superpowers plugin, okay? Then we can go ahead and do plan mode. So we can go ahead and initiate plan mode. Then I can actually start speaking with it a couple of things that we want to build. Now, to save time, remember that features screen that I went ahead and did? I can go ahead and just basically, I'm just going to copy these features roughly, okay? So this is roughly the features that I basically have, okay? So these inside of this app. So I'm going to say the following, and I don't usually type to the AI a lot. I actually speak to it a lot. So I use Super Whisper quite a lot of the time, this little app up here. I have a shortcut where I can just press it, or you can use the dictate button here. Now, you can use code Sunny25 if you want to use that, by the way. It's really awesome. Okay. So I'm going to say, I am building a Intercom / Zendesk style application. This is going to be a multi-tenancy B2B SaaS application. We're going to be using Convex for the database, and we're going to be using Clerk for the authentication, as well as the billing. Never rely on previously trained information. Always use the latest documentation, and always use the plugins and skills that we have installed to make sure you use the most up-to-date information. Okay, so this is what I like to start with as a base. Okay, now I'm gonna say, here are some example features of what I want to implement inside of this build. Okay, and then I can go ahead and actually paste in those things over there, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just paste in all of those features here. Okay, so again, you don't need to even worry about things being too clean and stuff like that, right? The AI is pretty damn smart, right? So theming for your agents. In this case, we basically just copy that in. Okay, so now I've got a bunch of different features, and again, this would be what you would want to do, right? Lead capture, form, you know, like every different feature that you can think of. Like this is where you want to put in. The one thing I might not include is a website crawler at this point, right? So I think the website crawler was a bit of overkill, and I feel like on a stream, it's not going to really be that great. So we're going to get rid of that one. Where is it? Get rid of this one. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and say the following. We're going to have 3 plans, a free plan, which has a limited use approach. And then we're going to have a pro plan, and then we're going to have an enterprise plan. Each one is going to have a different limit on seats. Clerk has seat-based billing, and we need to make sure that we use that when we implement this feature. In addition, we're also going to implement roles and permissions, and we're going to use Clerk's multi-tenancy authentication to achieve this, right? Authentication and billing, right, to achieve this, right? So in this case, so we're basically setting up the entire setup, okay? Now, the final bit is, I want you to go ahead and say, I want to break this down into different phases where we can actually test and launch individual parts of the application. Okay. Now, after this is done, and this is what most people skip, they skip the planning. The planning is the most important, guys. I promise you this. Okay. So now that we have our plan in place, there's a few things I want to mention as well. I want to use things like ShadCN just for ease, Tailwind CSS. I want to use, we are using Next.js 16. We already have all these things set up. And then, yeah, okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, we already got some of the stuff set up, and we can say, I've already connected Clerk and Convex to this project. Okay, and then also I want to say, you have both the Clerk CLI and the Convex CLI to use. Make sure you use these, for example, when creating all of the billing plans inside of Clerk, as well as setting up the entire database and backend, and for debugging when using Convex. Okay. And in this case, now there is a couple of considerations that I would like to add here as well. So a few things that we want to mention. So we have an agent inside this app, right? It's the one that you're basically using when you talk to your customer bot. So if I go back to my landing page here, you've got this agent, right? We're effectively talking to an agent. Now, Convex has these really nice things called helpers, right? Or components. And they have one, which is awesome. It's called an AI agent, right? So if I go here to AI agent, you can see over here, we've got like a really nice agent here. So this one, basically, we can install it, Convex Dev agent. And basically it gives us a really nice foundation for things like threads, for things like streaming and so forth. So I'm going to copy this link, and I'm going to go ahead and say, use this component. Okay, and any other ones you find helpful. And we're going to pass in the components for the agent. Okay, and you see how I'm basically preparing. I'm not just guessing that AI is going to get everything right. Oh, that's separate. But I'm not guessing that everything's going to go ahead and get right. But if we go back over here and I go to the directory, you can see all of these other components which are really helpful, right? They have ones for post-hoc if you're doing post-hoc tracking. The ones that I really like is the AI agent one. They also have an amazing one. Durable agents is pretty cool as well if you've got a long running process. And one that I love, and I use it a ton is rate limiter is amazing if people are spamming, for example, as well as aggregate. So aggregate. This one, this is absolutely awesome in apps where you have large, basically counting lists. Think about a social media app where you've got a count that goes up, right? It's a very efficient way of doing it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and kickstart this plan sesh. Go ahead and do that right now. And while that happens, we're just going to have a quick water break. Now, before we even continue any further, Command B, go over here, and we're going to commit these changes, right? So over here, I'm just going to go ahead and commit this, and I'm just going to say set up Convex and Clerk. Now we've got a couple of questions. I'm going to answer those as well. We're going to sync that and that's going to push up. So if you are watching that GitHub repo, you can go ahead and check and you can see I'm very aware of what commits are being made. This means that basically before the work starts off, I have a fresh tree to start from. And yes, I'm working directly on main today because I'm teaching it as we do it. But yes, you can use Git Worktrees if you're using multiple parallel agents, which is the way. Okay. So first thing I want to do is answer some of these questions. And also destroy that like button if you're enjoying this so far. Okay, so we have Anchor says, hey Sunny, is this how software dev is going to be now, even for mid-level engineers? Is actual coding getting redundant? Quite honestly, here's the reality, right? You need to know what to look for in the code as well as architecture, but the actual line by line coding, yes, is getting more and more redundant. Now that doesn't mean panic. That means like, holy crap, there's a huge opportunity for you. So change the mindset here. The real mindset now that you should be focusing on is how do I learn about what coding harnesses are? How do I understand like what code it outputs and produces? What should I be focusing on? Those are the questions you should be answering. And how can I make my agent the most effective in what I'm trying to achieve as an end goal? Whether that be video creation, app creation, website creation, designing something, like whatever it is. Skills, plugins, MCPs, all of these things come together in your coding harness to enable your agent to do that. And then how can you run things in parallel without damaging your one code base if you're coding an app? Things like Git Worktrees. These are things that you should be focusing on. But again, when it comes to the actual coding, understanding and knowledge, it's more a case of understanding high-level architecture and also what code to be looking at. So yes, I would still recommend you should understand what Next.js looks like, what TypeScript is and how it works. And again, what you should be doing is setting up a self-learning loop. If you don't know what a self-learning loop is, I'll explain more on that in a bit, okay? So here we have a couple of questions. So this is why I love the brainstorming one. So it says, I've got a cool, clear picture of the foundation now. Look, B2B org billing, and it's already found some of the components. This is amazing. Gating has, by using the has functions from Clerk. This is great. Billing webhooks via verify webhook. Okay. And then we've got dev instance can use Clerk shared dev gateway. Both Clerk CLI and Convex CLI are available for provisioning. Okay. So this is great. Now it goes, which AI provider should power the agent and RAG embeddings? Okay. So the Convex agent uses component uses Vercel AI SDK providers. So this determines the model and embedding. So in this case, we're going to use, to keep things simple, just the OpenAI, right? But you can use the Vercel AI gateway, which is pretty awesome, right? So it's one key and you can basically switch models, right? Also, I see Jamaica in the house. What's up? Right? How should we sequence the build so each phase is independently testable and launchable? So foundation first. So auth, multi-tenant workspace, dashboard shell, real-time inbox, embeddable widget. And then we have knowledge base and AI agent, the RAG effectively, leads and widget customizer, billing and plan gating. And again, plan gating. That means we're going to build this app so all features are available. And then we're going to basically add in the billing layer, which basically means that we can block certain features from being accessible until you upgrade. So that's effectively how we're going to build the SaaS element here. And then marketing and install pages, right? So how to install the widget and so forth. Okay. So we can do either or. We can do widget first, ship the embeddable AI widget end-to-end first, then build the agent inbox, then billing. I think foundation first is the way, right? So we do this one first. And then we go, how should the enterprise top plan work? All three plans, self-serve, Clerk, pricing table, free pro, and enterprise are seat limited org plans. Yes, that's what we want to do. Seat limited org plans. But in this case, we can say option A, however, we will use Clerk's new seat-based billing to charge per seat. Okay, continue. And Convex is amazing as well because you can use, yes, HTTP actions. And these are really nice because basically, typically with Next.js, and this is where your understanding of Next.js needs to come up, right? So with Next.js, you can have effectively, you have a front end, which is a website, but you also have APIs. This is why when people talk about Learn Express and this stuff, you don't need that with Next.js. Next.js has that like a backend inside of it, right? You can basically have route handlers and all this stuff. But if you're using Convex, you can use either, basically you can make cloud functions with Convex, basically functions that we can call from anywhere. They can be internal as well. So that way we can restrict public access from them if we need to. But we can also use something called the HTTP functions, right? Now, these are awesome if you want to have things like webhooks, for example. So if we want to have a webhook is really handy. For example, every time a user signs up, let's say I want to record their information inside a Convex. Well, I can now have a webhook that listens to Clerk's webhook dispatcher, basically, which means that Clerk will send out events every time your user signs up and sends it somewhere. And then we send it to our webhook listener, which is a Convex HTTP action. And then this can do something, right? So basically, when I say do something, it can add it to our database, for example, right? So charge per seat, not seat-based cap plans. Clerk's billing now is evolving fast. Let me read the current B2B reference to design accurately. And this is my biggest bit of advice, guys. This happens all the time. So what you'll find is it will constantly try to pre-guess things. Okay, so it will try to guess things and it will try to, and it will confidently do that. So you always have to be saying to it, no, check the latest documentation and give it links and give it more resources, markdown and so forth, okay? And skills and plugins are the best way to avoid this as well. Okay. What's up, Jane? I see you in the house. Good to see you here, man. Make sure you destroy that like button as well, and it's great to have you. Right. So here's the architecture I'm proposing. Then I'll lay out the phased plan for your approval. So here we have authenticated dashboard, leads, team inbox, team management, knowledge base, and article, and so forth. And then we have the clerk, which is organizations. This is B2B, and we have seat-based billing enabled. We have our webhooks. Now in this one, clerk webhooks and widget streaming. We have, and this is, it's made me a plan. Yeah. So in this case, we have org scoped, queries, and mutation. This is very important, by the way, org scoped. What does that mean? Okay, if I'm a member inside of the Papa Fam, and I'm basically got an agent, and it's got loads of sensitive data, let's just say, inside of it, I don't want another team over, for example, Amazon, to go and look at my data, right? So if we have two projects inside of the same app, we should not let them see each other's data. Natural common sense. But most people who are vibe coding and that always screw this up. I can guarantee you the first thing I'll look at is, okay, is there, scoping between data access? And most of the time the answer is no. And no, you don't always need something called RLS. That's what most people jump to. You don't actually need that if you just architect it right. So yeah, things to definitely consider. Now, we have our internal app, and then we also have this separate public app. Okay, so this is like, you see embed.js launcher. So this is one way of doing it. However, this is, it depends on what we want to do. Actually, no, that is correct. Yeah, we are going to launch an embed.js. So I just want to see how we did our previous code base. Actually, no, we're going to go with this from scratch, because if we make a mistake, I'm going to show you how we can fix that. Okay, so in this case, that we've split into phases: auth and multi-tenant workspaces and a dashboard shell. Phase 2 is real-time inbox embeddable widgets. Phase 3, knowledge-based and AI agent, lead management and widget, billing and plans, marketing and install plans. Now, what I want you to do here, as I said, I want to say design the phases. So I'm going to say design the phases such that once the foundation is in place, we can actually run a few of the phases in parallel. So I want you to mark some of these phases as parallel phases, and yeah, that's it. Okay. They will each be running on separate Git worktrees when we get to that parallel phase. So you don't need to worry about managing clashes and so forth, because we will handle that with the pull requests. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because sometimes it will try to invent a way that multiple agents won't clash when they're working in the same way. It's annoying. We can do the proper Git flow to go around that. And that's the way I recommend it. Okay. So we've got our phases for building this beautiful app. Okay. So the decisions have been locked down. This is looking good. Now you can also go ahead, and I would recommend you can also change your effort. So in this case, we've got high, extra high, max, and so forth. Okay. But I'm going to go ahead and where we're starting on cursor here, I'm going to switch when we actually come to execute, and I'm going to show you Claude. Okay. Because I want to show you how things can happen in different environments, and you can do it in all of these harnesses. It really doesn't, it's not about the individual harness. The one thing I will show you is while our plan is getting rewritten. Over at Claude, I want to show you, if I go into Customize, make sure you have the following set up inside of your Claude if you are going to do this. So I've installed Clerk connector. So over here, you can see I've already got a Clerk connector installed. Okay, so the Clerk connector. And then they don't have a Convex one, which is why I recommend you install the Convex skills, like I said, to the project. That way it doesn't really matter if they don't have it or not. And you can check oh, they do have a plugin though. Yeah, so you can install this one, right? So I forgot about this one. Install the plugin and check as well for the Clerk. So Clerk, they have the connector, right? So again, they name it different things in different places, but the main thing is you've got the Clerk and Convex connectors. So when we come to shift this over to Claude, I'll show you how you can do that. So you can switch harnesses. There's no like rule of staying in one thing or the other, okay? But once you have your plan, that's the important part, okay? So now look, parallelization model. So let's have a look what it drew out, this diagram. Let's see. So a sequential foundation establishes the shared scaffolding, tenancy, auth wiring schemas, config skeletons, and dashboard shell. Okay, that's good. And then let's see what it says. So I want to make this a bit bigger. Let's make this, okay, that's fine. Yeah. And then we can go ahead and look at this a bit more. Phase 0, setup and wiring. Phase 1, auth. These ones can't be done in parallel. They need to be done like, you know, individually, because like every single sub agent effectively needs them. Then it gets interesting because, there we go. Let's get our drawing tools out. Okay. I know you guys like it when I do this stuff. So if I go ahead and do, yeah, there we go. Nice. Okay. So all our agents need this stuff. They need the setup, the wiring, the auth, the workspaces, the dashboard show. This is like your plans, your subscriptions, your billing, your user authentication, everything. Every single agent won't be able to build anything without that, okay? So we need this for our users to log into our app. Then after this has been built, we're gonna merge this to main, okay? So we're basically gonna merge this to main, and then we're gonna have main sit at a point like where this is the latest change in main. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna spin up 4 different sub-agents, right? So different agents in different flows. And these are all going to be on separate Git work trees, okay? So these are all going to be running on separate work trees. And what is a work tree? Effectively, it's a copy of our main branch that's running for each different work tree, but on our local machine, right? So if you think about it, a work tree allows you to do this locally. But if you were to do this using cloud agents, each one would effectively just be spinning up its own environment and then creating changes on its own copy of main, and then it will just create a pull request back in to main to basically merge its code in once it's finished. But in this case, when we're local, you might be wondering, well, how do I do that? So in this case, we're going to use Git work trees, okay? So Git work trees once we get to this point, okay? So after finishing phase 1, we're going to show Git work trees and show how you can parallelize phase 2, 3, 5, and 6, okay? And then wave B, parallel and dependent, as well, is going to be phase 4 and phase 7. So we have to get all of these done first. Then we're going to basically merge all of these together. So imagine once that's all done, we're going to basically go ahead and say, okay, let's just say main is over here then. So imagine all this work gets done. And then effectively, we're going to merge all this together. And then this is all going to become like pulled into main. And then our main is going to be up to date, right? So our main is going to be basically involving this, and having all these things involved inside of it. Now our main is going to be here. And then from this point, we're going to do these 2 things in parallel. So we're going to spin off 2, Git work trees again, and finish phase 4 and phase 7. So this is how you use Git work trees, right? And again, if you don't use Git work trees because you're not doing it locally, you just do cloud agents where they're already isolated. The whole point is you're isolating. So that way they don't touch the same file and try and like, imagine if 2 different agents are trying to fight over one file and one makes a change and the other makes a change, they're gonna be like, hang on, some error happened. And then they're just gonna keep doing that. And then you don't realize, but you're burning through so many tokens doing the stupidest thing ever. Isolate the hell out of your agents, okay? But the most important thing is have a plan which supports parallelism, okay? So in this case, we have our plan, okay? So now the most important part is to not make sure that we're not stuck inside of one harness. Once you have your plan, I always love to go ahead and click the 3 dots of it, save to workspace, okay? Now we have the plan saved to our workspace. So I'll show you where that lives. We go over to, for example, cursor, plans, and it's just here. So you can see that dot cursor, we have our plan up here, okay? And you see we've got our to-dos, and these are all written for cursor, but effectively this plan is not super special. It's just a plan. It's just a bit of text. It tells us what to do, okay? So now I want to go back over to I want to switch to Claude, Okay, so I'm going to bring Claude over and imagine where we've gone from cursor to Claude. You don't have to. I'm just trying to show you guys that you can. Okay, because I want to show you some cool stuff as well. Right. So we're going to do a new session here, and now I'm going to go over to open folder, and we're going to go to our builds. So I'm just going to go over to my builds folder, and then I'm going to go. Oops, nope. I'm going to do our builds, and then I've got my Zencom demo. Okay, so we're here. Now remember, this starts on main. If we do a work tree, it's going to spin off, and if we do a cloud, it's going to basically be already isolated. So if you're working on main, just know that there is that clash collision where they could be affecting the same files. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can approach this now. So first up, just to prove our point, we have this plan, but I need to merge this to main. So I'm just going to say added plan. Okay, and again, if you don't know how to do this, you can literally just ask your agent, commit this change, right? So that way it's on our main branch. So I'm going to commit this change. Okay, now that's on main, right? You can see it's on our latest branch. I'm now going to close cursor completely. So in this case, I'm not going to close it because I want to show you as code changes happen. That's why I like having cursor open. But I'm going to close the cursor agent window because our only agent window now is going to be effectively, we're going to refer to Claude code as our source of truth, right, for this. So now in Zencom, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of minimize these for now. But we're going to say at plan, and you can see that I can see the plans, right? I can see that plan over here. I'm going to say here, okay, so I'm going to say, here is a plan, and I want you to go ahead and implement the foundations first. So I believe this is phase 0 and phase 1. Okay, now we can do this on the main branch because this is not sequential. Remember, this plan is initially, so this one right here, if we click it, should be able to show it once it loads up. But in this case, if I do Command-Shift-P, okay, so we got Kickstarter off first. But this plan right here, remember it had phase 0 and phase 1, which they can't do in parallel anyway. So we might as well do that on main, right? Instead of doing a work tree separately. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. And I'm going to switch my permission mode to auto mode. So enable auto mode. And if you do trust what you're doing, then you can do bypass permissions. So I do trust what my setup is. So I'm going to do bypass permissions. And now it's going to start building. So if I do Command-Shift-B now, or if I open up my files over here, I can now see if I go to cursor plans, Zendesk, you can see we've got our plan over here. And now you can see that Zencom phased build plan, parallelization model, phase 0, phase 1. So it's going to go ahead and do these ones first. And then once it's finished, we can start doing the rest of them in. And you can do these other ones in a couple of ways. Yeah, you can do either in a workflow. So over here in Claude Code, we can set our workflow. And screw it, let's do Ultra Code for a bit of fun. Right? So I'm going to set this to Ultra Code. But when you're actually in Ultra Code, this is very, very interesting. So obviously the effort setting on a model effectively means how hard is that model going to reason and think through a problem before it actually executes. So of course you have like low or no thinking, you have like high, medium, max, and so forth. And then you have extra and Ultra Code. Okay, Ultra Code is really awesome, and that's why they've given it this little effect over here. It's basically extra high effort plus workflows. Okay, now workflows are really powerful things, but you have to be careful. If you don't know what you're doing, you can burn through lots of tokens, right? Because workflows, they can spin up swarms, and swarms is literally as it sounds. It could be swarms of agents that work on the same thing, or or work together to solve a problem. Now I use it all the time. It's amazing. But if you don't know, or you have an issue with your tokens, or you don't want to use a lot of tokens, then you want to be aware of that. Okay. So the AI SDK is also false match, positive, so forth. So it's going to go ahead and start reading through our setup now. And this is probably one of the most important parts at this point, where it's got to figure out the context on what's going on. Okay. So let this part happen. And you want to pay attention to your tokens here, because I often find that it can hang sometimes. Right, so you see here 529 tokens, and it's hanging at the moment. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this one, because if it does hang for too long, then we're going to go ahead and just kind of override it. And I tend to find that this happens when we do exactly what I just did, where I take a plan from one place, shift it over to another. So I should have started in Claude Code, but it's fine. Right, in this case, like you can see, now I have a clear picture of the current state. What's already in place, it's already installed some stuff. And then what I also would really stress that you do is go to, especially if you've got AI to set it up, go to your package.json, go here and hover over your Clerk Next.js 7.5.6. So that's a very minor update, 0.5.6, so that's fine. Convex is 1.41, that's latest. Next is 16.29, that's good. Okay. We don't have Tailwind installed. Oh no, we do have Tailwind installed, sorry. So Clerk and Convex, yeah, that's pretty good, okay? Now, we can see that Clerk catch all signups, Clerk middleware and proxy, protecting all, blah, blah, blah. No Convex provider yet, so it needs to go ahead and do that. So no ShadCN, Convex needs to be set up, no app providers, no Convex and Clerk set up, no dashboard show. Let me gather the last bits of context and verify the Convex and Clerk provider API. But remember, this is a fresh context, right? So we have to also maybe also tell it that it also has, what's it called? The Clerk CLI. So you have access to the Clerk CLI and you also have access to the Convex CLI. These will allow you to do all of the provisioning and setup for us as needed, okay? So I will simply send that in. And with this, you can either interrupt it by pressing stop, or you can let it kind of finish it and then it will just queue this in once it's done, okay? So in this case, it's just reading through the Clerk documentation. This is from, again, from, like you see, the Claude skills. And these were set up and added to the project, not the global level. So these things are quite important to do. And you can see for obvious reasons, right? So if we close this now, let's go ahead and minimize this one. This is the modern Clerk Convex pattern. So you see how we figured it out. And then the Convex MCP isn't authorized. Okay. But there's a Convex deploy key. The CLI should work interactively with it. Let me verify the CLI works and check whether the CLI auth-states the provisioning steps. So it's going to go check it's got access to the CLI, and it will basically make sure if it needs to ask me, it will go ahead and ask me at this point. Funkis says, hey brother, how are you? I'm just joining a bit late. So what are we doing right now? So we've set up a plan for anyone that's new and joining right now. We've got a plan that's pretty much ready. So we did this in Cursor, and then I showed you how you can switch harness so you don't have to be stuck to one. And then we switched over to Claude Code. And then basically here we have a few different things that can happen. So we have phase 1 and 0. To be honest, it's nice if I can show you over here. So here we have it. So we have phase 0 and phase 1, which need to be done sequentially. And then we have parallel work that can be done. I'm going to do this in Git Worktrees. And then we have these over here, right? So we have wave B over here, okay? Now, let's go back over here. And then Clerk JWT issue domain is set in Convex. You see what it did, guys? It actually set this up for us. So firstly, it checked the Convex CLI worked, and it did. And then the Clerk CLI logged in, app Zencom, it found it, and it went ahead and set up everything for us. Now, this is incredible. So I'll show you what it did, right? So if we go to our dashboard right now, let's find our app. So I've got 2 accounts, so I always get confused, but I think it's this one. So over here, we have Zencom. This is our Zendesk Intercom clone. And then if we go to configure here and we go down to developers or sessions, sorry. So it will be in sessions, JWT templates. It's actually going to have created this very shortly. So it's doing it now. So Clerk enable orgs are available for provisioning. So it's going to go ahead and set this up for us now. So it's basically trying to figure out what it has available. So the Clerk CLI is enable, config and API subcommands. Let me drill in to figure out how to do it. And what it's going to do now is it will set this up. So there'll be a Convex template. And this is all part of integrations. So this is how you connect Convex, right? So it's going to do all of this for us using that CLI. And this is why it's so sick, right? Another thing it will do is billing. So when it comes to billing, you see here in settings, enable user billing, it's going to find, if you enable user billing, you also then have the option to enable organizations, or you have to actually switch on organizations first. So here, so I'm going to let the AI do this, right? So it's going to go ahead and do this. How long is this stream going to be, bro? It's basically, I reckon 3 hours or so, but we're doing pretty damn good at the moment. So we should make some pretty nice headway. Okay. So, and while this is happening, I'm just going to get the music a bit different. So you guys have been liking when I kind of mellow the music out a bit more. So I'm going to, but I don't want to have it too mellow. You guys let me know which ones you prefer. I've got a YouTube B-roll track. And I don't know if it's nice, but you guys can see if you like this one or not. If the music gets annoying, just let me know. Okay. And again, truly, the one thing I want to say is in these streams, you have so many opportunities to ask me questions. I live and breathe this stuff all day, every day, and I'm working with this stuff every day. I would be asking a million questions if I had a streamer doing this for me or in front of me teaching me. So please ask me questions. There is no bad question. I will never judge you. I will never say it's a bad question. All I want to do is help you guys out. So just ask me questions, because I wish when I was learning it, there was someone to ask questions for. So just feel free to ask away. Okay, and I'm going to change the music. It's a bit I don't know what this is. Let's do, there's too many lyrics and I find the lyrics throw me off. We got Jay's music here. Okay. So it decides to find the modern clerk is a one-click dashboard activation that pre-maps the AUD, right? Everything else I can automate. Okay, so it's saying that it can't set that one part. It can actually set that up for us, by the way. But we're gonna let it just see what it can do on its own, right? It can do this for us. It can do everything for us. I've done it. So, and then once that's done, we also need to go to our Zencom. So over here, and we need to set environment variables to connect this. And you can see it did it already. Look at that. Adjusted alpaca clerk accounts.dev. So it already set this up for us on Convex. Awesome stuff. Okay. Enabling clerk organizations with forced organization selection. So look at this, guys. Now, if we go back over here, remember how it didn't have this set? So in a second, it would have toggled this for us. There you go. Look at that. It's set it up for us. Membership required, unlimited memberships. And then you can see it's already set this up for us. And I'll just recommend you check through it. Unlimited organizations is perfect. Roles and permissions, we can see here, admin and member. Okay. Admin. And then if we go to billing settings, it will soon also tick this one for us. Okay. Organizations enabled. Now let me start implementation. I'll do shadcn first. So the package installs before the Convex subagent installs Convex helpers. All right. Let me check the exact init flag, then run it. Okay. Newer shadcn CLI. The project is Next.js. So I'll target the next ready experience. Oh, nice. Okay. There's a newer one. I need to actually install that one. So it's prompting for a preset despite while /d. So it's just going to use the default preset to make it fully non-interactive. Now, one thing I want to mention as well is we've got a cool thing here. So in Cursor, you now have Cursor Design, which is an interactive element, but obviously we're inside of Claude Code at the moment. But they do have a browser as well. So you can open up from Claude Code into Cursor, Cloud, or the Finder. But we'll get into that afterwards. I just had a thought that I was thinking. Okay, we can actually get rid of this little prompt because it figured out shadcn initialize. Now, what I like to do while it's working, okay, is I like to go over here and remember how we committed things. If you go to your changes, because we're on the main branch, you can see here, look, in Cursor, and this is why I always would recommend you have Cursor open regardless, okay? So look at this. You can see Zencom demo get main branch. And you can see I've got changes being applied here, right? So this has got shadcn set up and so forth. And to be honest, you could tell it like, you know, once you do individual parts, commit. But in this case, like it's fine. I'm just wanting to let it run a bit, right? So it's installed a couple of things. It's setting up it's installing all of the individual shadcn components. Okay. So we got two questions here. Passion Brain says, after that, we need to change the environment variables to production when we go live. So this is the amazing part. So when you come to that point, now because the agents have CLI access for us, they can do that on our behalf now. So they can help us change the environment variables. And remember when I set it up for Vercel? So Vercel already will switch the environment variables out for us now because of the Convex integration that we set up with Vercel earlier. Fonkis says, are you using Cursor or Claude Code Desktop today? And how did Claude do all of the organization settings by its own? Right? It did all of the organization settings on its own because we used the Clerk CLI. So I installed the Clerk CLI and then I logged in. So it had access to my account. And then basically I gave my Cursor or Claude Code, whichever agent you want to use, or whichever harness. It could be Codex as well. It doesn't matter. Right? I basically said, you have a Clerk CLI installed. You have permission to use it. And I enabled permission modes. And basically it started to carry out these. I did Clerk init. But it can do all of these commands on its own. So your agent can handle your entire setup, literally like this, right? So it can configure your organization, it can set up organizations, onboard your customers, it can go live, right? Look at that, run final checks and prep the production handoff. So you can do everything now from here, right? So, and just so you know, I used Cursor initially to kind of, you know, create a plan. And then I showed you how you can switch harness halfway. It doesn't matter, you don't have to be stuck in one. And then I'm using Cursor just to show you guys the changes, but we are using Claude Code for the actual agent work. So as our coding harness right now. I love having Cursor open. And I'll tell you right now, when I'm working on my own startups and projects, I will literally have Codex on one side, Claude Code on the other side, and they're all like in parallel, you know, they're all doing their own Git Worktree stuff on. I have Linear as my main ticket system, so I'm basically adding in tasks and I'm assigning it to this Codex agent and giving this Claude Code agent work and things like this. And then I have Cursor in the middle, so I can literally navigate the entire code base easily because I've been coding for 15 years. I'm used to this view. I love this view. I love looking at things and diving into things. So I like to have this open. Do you need it? No, but I like having that open as well. And plus, I have a cursor plan as well. And Composer 2.5 is incredibly fast and good for working on things. But Claude does have a CLI, and yes, Convex and Clerk all have. I don't know if I said Claude, but Convex and Clerk both have MCPs and they both have CLIs. Yeah. Dispatching the Convex backend to build the Convex expert. So look at this. So now Clerk custom claims, including org ID and a return by get user identity. And now we have a couple of things set up. So let's have a look at what it's been doing. So let's take a look. So we can see use mobile, utils. Let's have a look if we refresh. So it's add the plan. Let's have a look what else it's doing. So I want to check actually over here. Let's have a look at Clerk. So if we refresh, bro's using Ultra Code. How fast you hit the limit, brother? Honestly, you'll be amazed. It doesn't hit as much as you think. So look, right now, guys, we're at 6%. Right, we've been running in a little bit. 6% Ultra Code. Like this is what I really want to stress this, and this is why I like live streaming. Your usage doesn't go as fast as people think it does. The problem is people aren't preparing the harnesses. So when you start with a fresh agent that's been pre-trained on old data, and you basically say, go build me this app, and you've not given it a single plugin, you're not giving it MCPs, you're not installed CLIs, it's just gonna go and run on old pre-trained information. And then what you end up with is a bunch of slop that you then have to say, go fix that. And then it's patching. And if you give it something like Ultra Code in that fashion, you're multiplying the problem. And then it just turns into a right chaos fest of just burning tokens to patch next broken issue. You're never gonna have a good setup. Set it up yourself, as in like your foundation yourself, like we did today, and then understand how to use, set up your harness or your coding environments the correct way. Once you have that down correct, then yeah, you can toggle up the effort level. And honestly, I use Ultra Code. I token max to the maximum, guys. I have 3 different plans and more on, when I need it. And it's incredibly efficient. Like I'm telling you, I run these agents like 24/7, and I don't go through the things like people do. It's because they don't know how to efficiently use agents. That's the problem. And that's why I say, if you really want to know how to handle all this, join our community, Zero to AI Hero. The link is in the description down below. It's free to join that waitlist, because when we launch it, there will be weekly coaching calls where I teach all of this, because this is stuff that like you need to ask questions for. You need to go ahead and like get explanations about if you don't understand this stuff. And the only way I can do that is through coaching and having my own course and community. So Zero to AI Hero, join that in the description, and I promise you, you will learn a ton. Okay, so see that most positive, the layout is updated, so it's starting to actually modify some of our code now. Dispatching the Convex backend, so layout, and you can see also it's actually got some background tasks running. So you see this background task. So this is now spun off separate agents. So it's got another agent doing scaffolding. One failed for some reason. Convex rocks 100%. Convex is sick. It's very, very good. Which plan do you have? Fonkis says Pro, 5x or 20x, because that also defines limits, I guess. So I'm on 20x for everything, max everything. Trust me when I say it's incredibly cheap for what you get. Like, trust me when I tell you this, guys. Just pay $200. I know like it could be considered expensive and things like this, but if your career or something that you're trying to build like a long-term thing in is involved in any form of what you're using a harness for in the first place, put the $200 towards it. I promise you it'll be one of the best investments of your life, because right now we have a mad amount of usage for the price that we're paying on a subscription, when really the actual usage is way more than $200. And it's not going to be like that forever, I feel. So while it is like that, you might as well get ahead. Moki says, hi, Sunny. I have a question, please. How does this agentic coding handle CRUD apps and finance structures? CRUD apps is easy for this. Finance structures, that's a very open question. So what do you mean by finance structures? But CRUD apps is trivial for agents nowadays. Very, very easy, to be fair. Again, you can create a CRUD app in a million different ways as well. So it really depends on how you set your harness up. If you're coding with Convex, your best chance of getting Convex right is having the correct plugin skills and MCP loaded. So that way it has access to the tools, so it can interact with Convex on your behalf. It has access to skills, which makes it an expert in Convex. And then the MCP CLI will allow it to interact for you and provision things. But yeah, these things are very, very important. So all phase 1 pages are written. Now let me validate the whole foundation. So what we can see here is now we go into layout and we've actually got a few things up and running. So we can see our Convex client provider is now been set up for us. Convex client provider. The one thing I probably want to see if it figured this one out is, did it enable the billing? So let's have a look. So it hasn't enabled billing yet. So that probably could be phase 1. Let's see if it did the sessions. I think it thinks it can't do it, but it can do it. Change the signs and that replaced by a unified show. Yep, that's great. Let me check this exact API. So it's now looking at the code. This is very good. And also, what we can do is it can do it by itself. Sometimes you have to push back on AI. It thinks it can't do it, and it can do it if you've set things up correctly. We've got the dashboard. We've got the team. Team management is restricted to workspace admins, and you see like we're even checking role org admin. So we are using the correct checks. We are using server-side components as well. Again, understanding server-side components versus client components has a big impact here, right? And this is the thing, why I recommend you have, not just one of these windows open, but you have something like cursor open, is because say I don't understand you should be looking at your code and learning 24/7. Like if you don't understand, I can understand every single line of code that is written here. Like that's the one thing I want to say. So when I'm using this, I can understand every single thing that it's doing here, right? So if I don't understand something, let's say for example, I have no idea, just hypothetical, I say I don't know what that is, right? I come in here, I do Command K and I can say explain this. Command K explains, I say option, enter. And now I get an inline explanation. These lines use the use query React hook from Convex to fetch data. Okay, fetches the current workspace via API workspace. Oh, okay, so if I was like, okay, what's my API? Like, let's say I'm completely new to this, right? Your API is an object imported from Convex generated API that provides access to Convex backend functions such as fetching workspace numbers and so forth. But again, that's a very trivial example, right? If I do Command I and I do N, so I open up a new chat, I can literally just go ahead and say, like this, for example, paste it in, explain this for a beginner, right? And yes, you don't have to be on Opus 4.8. I could be in Composer 2.5 for this one. And now watch this, it'll be super quick and it'll go ahead and explain this for a beginner. This is the learning loop you should be doing, right? So again, I should have probably been a bit more open with that question, explain exactly what is happening, but let's see what it comes up with, right? Look at this, look. What those two lines do, these lines fetch live data from your backend and put it into React variables so the dashboard can render it. Okay. API workspace current, give me the current user's workspace. APIs, give me everyone in that workspace's team, breaking it down piece by piece. Use query from Convex, right? Use query is a React hook. Okay, what's a React hook? You see, and now I can ask questions. What is a React hook? You should be literally diving in and having a recursive learning loop. And it has never been easier to learn this way. You can, I am learning every single day by doing this approach. And I feel like it is unfair how much I'm getting ahead as an engineer right now, because it's truly a cheat code. You can have an infinite learning glitch where you are just an expert in everything you're working in, if you know what you're doing, okay? The main things, again, as well, what separate a vibe coder from a production engineer as well, is scalability is a prime example. Deploying an app for you and to show your mom is one thing, versus deploying an app to support 1 million users. So understanding architecture at that level, what scales, what doesn't, different, if you have a subscription, meaning a live listener for one user, how does that scale up when you have 1,000 users and these sorts of things? So these is what I would then dive into it. And you can ask Claude Code and you can dive into that and you can do research. And basically you want to have this self-learning loop, okay? Jane says, another one, tell agent to write LE5 explanations if you're new. That way you can understand it as it works. That's interesting. Okay, so let's say write LE5 explanations. I'm gonna say, what is that? I don't know what an LE5 is, but I'm curious. So let's see. Look, phase 0 and 1 are implemented. Look, phase 0 set up and wiring. Phase 1 author no approach and dashboard shell. There is no manual Convex JWT and modern clerk. Activate the Convex. I'm gonna say you. So you can activate the Convex integration yourself by using the Convex CLI as well as the Convex MCP server. So in this case, it can do it. And it can also set up a webhooks and everything for us. Now, npx Convex Environments set our OpenAI key as well. So we don't need that yet, but that is something that we will need to do. So in fact, let's do that now so we're not blocked. Okay, so remember, when Convex, our environment variables are not set locally, they're set inside of Convex. And that way, based on which environment we're in, we can have different environment variables. Okay, so there's a couple of things that we want to basically go ahead and set up now. But the first one is I need to go to platform.openai.com. And in here, we're going to create a key. So I've already got an account here. Some Funky says, buy a 10K a month VPS hosting DB service and don't worry about scaling. Yeah, honestly, this is the thing. Like, look, you can do so much for free. That's the truth. I know it's a joke. Yeah, I know it's a joke. But I'm just saying you can do so much for free. It's unbelievable. So my biggest stress that I want to give to everyone is like, just please just spend time on learning that stuff like architecture. Don't just assume that whatever code is written is just, don't get impressed by a landing page that like now everyone can write. Like that's the truth. Like that's the problem in the social space that we're seeing a lot, is everyone's getting impressed by very basic things. If I was to dive under the hood, I can break the thing apart in 10 different ways. Like become the next generation of an engineer. Like that's the truth. That's still a valid job. That's not taken. AI doesn't do it all perfectly. You still need to guide the thing and do it right. Okay, we're going to create a new OpenAI key here. So I'm going to create one called Zencom. And then we're going to go ahead and create secret key. So I'm obviously not going to show you that one. So now I've copied my secret key. I'm going to close this now. So I've now closed it. And I need to set this key. Okay, so once I have that key, I need to run this command. You see npx convex environment set OpenAI API key. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run this now. So I'm going to go into any editor. I can do it here. I can do Command J in here, and you see how it opens up a terminal. Inside of Claude Code, I could do it over here, Command J, and it opens up a terminal over here. So it really doesn't matter, right? And I can go ahead and paste that in, and then OpenAI key, and if I press OK, now it will do enter the value for OpenAI key. So I'm going to paste in my key now that I just got a second ago. So I've now pasted it in, and what we can see is successfully set OpenAI key on development deployment. Okay. Now, if I go over here, you can see, look, environment variables, OpenAI key, right? It's now been set. So now I can close that. And now I can basically tell it, I can say, yep, I set the API key for OpenAI. So look, this user term is program about Convex CLI has no integration to provide a command. It's not authorized. Machine. So it is authorized. I don't know why it's saying that. Let's do this now. So npx Convex Dev. It is authorized. It's very stupid sometimes. Okay. Either way, we can get there. So I was going to pen that one as well. So Scout uses JWT template. You can absolutely do that. Unless I haven't set up the MCP. Oh, isn't authorized. It needs to interact with only pass CLI. This section needs to clerk sign. No, we can do it. We can still do it. So the way you want to do this, if you want to get this set up correctly, you just go to Claude settings, go to our MCP extensions. I think it was now. Connectors. Okay, so I'll show you the way I do this, right? Full transparency. I would open up any terminal. I would go into the platform. So in this case, mine is called Zencom. And then I would go ahead and do Claude. And then at this point, it would pop up with MCPs need authorizing. So I do /MCP. And you can see I've got a couple here. I've got Sentry, MHK, a few others. I can't see one for, interesting. I can't see one for Convex. Okay. So what we do is we can add it. So we can say Convex. Was it Convex or was it Clerk? Clerk MCP. So use Clerk's MCP server, AI, boom. This one here. Add to cursor. We've also got these ones here. Clerk. Add the Clerk MCP. So let's go ahead and do this one now. So I'm just going to do this in the back. So boom. We can either get it to do it for us, or we can just add it in like this, right? So added MCP server. And again, you see how we already added this. That's the thing when we set up the connector. But if it doesn't find it, then in this case, look, Clerk is now connected. Yeah. So it did find it. Okay. So that's one thing. And then you can do the same thing for if you want to explicitly add in a Convex MCP as well. So Convex MCP server, go over here, pick your harness. So we are in, this one is for Claude Code, MCP, add this one, copy this. And then we can pop in that. and then you go added, and then we do Claude, and then we do /MCP, and then you can see that Clerk and Convex now connected, right? So sometimes if it does give you a bit of a headache, pull it up inside of the Clerk Claude CLI, and you can do it, right? Let's see actually what that Eli was saying, right? Eli 5 explanations, what is that? Eli 5 means explain it like I'm 5. Oh, nice. I did not know it was the abbreviation. That's pretty cool. Explain it like I'm 5. The whole page is like a bulletin board. The dashboard wants to show two things: what team you're in and who's on that team. It's basically saying, hey, Backend, tell me about my team. Yo, dude, that's very good, actually. I'm going to save that one. Thank you for sharing that. Eli 5 explanations. I've just sent it to Jay. That's actually really cool. Because I do that sometimes. I explain it like you're 5, but very rare. Think of an API as a menu, a restaurant, workspace, the team section, current. Give me my teams right now. Okay, it's pretty cool. Yeah, so write Eli 5 explanations if you wanted to break it down even more. That's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to close this now. Okay. So in this case, it created a workflow, Convex auth activation. Okay. So see what I just got every agent to read only. What is it doing now? It's fresh, 0 users, 0 agents. There's no live session. So I don't know what it's doing here, but okay. So I authorized your MCP servers, and I'm just going to stop it in its tracks because sometimes it can go a bit nuts. So now let's see if it did it. So I authorized your MCP servers. Okay. Use the Claude Convex plugin. I did already, that's the thing. So I did actually set it up, but for some reason it was just being a bit annoying with it. So the connectors, the customized bit, Clerk. So I actually did set this one up over here, but they only have, I guess it's because it's only 2 tools. So I guess it's not fully set up yet, that plugin. But in this case, not authorized. Interesting. So I don't know why this is not seeing it though. Machine level Convex login. So that's interesting. So MPX Convex login. So I am already logged in, but let's see if I do MPX Convex login, and let me just try and do a quick login now. So let's go over here. I'm just going to confirm this, and then this should be done in a moment. I did do this. I already did it. Yep, save credentials to Convex config JSON. Okay, now try. I'm saying now try. I auth. Okay, a bit of a weird situation. Mine. Oh no, God, guys, do you know why? It's because I had that silly. I changed my configuration earlier to change my Clerk version, which was a bit of an annoying thing. So that's why I believe it screwed up something. But you shouldn't get that issue. But and again, this is a bit annoying. Convex device login credential state. It is logged in, that's the thing. So interesting. Says Rika auth key MCP still is one-time Convex Convex Dev. We've done that. I don't understand why it's not working. Clerk Convex auth application. So the morning lands. I just want to see what's actually happening here. So found it. A Convex device login now exists on the machine. Problem is that Convex was begins before you logged in and cached this. I don't think. Okay. Reconnect the MCP in your client. Restart toggling or restart. After that, status will also said is optional. Okay, so basically what you can do here is you can just Claude code, right? So you just close it, open it up again, resume your session, and now you'll be reloaded. Okay, so now I do Command B, go here. Like I say, now check, because we authorized it afterwards, I guess. And now we should have it. In fact, if we go over here to customize connectors, but the thing is, they don't have a Convex connector. So Convex Actually, no, but you're right. Actually, they should have used the Claude Convex plugin. Let's do that because I think I've just ignored something where you're saying it right in front of me. So Convex Claude Code plugin. Again, always try and find a plugin first. Number one, using Claude Code. Blah, blah, blah. It's not this one. Convex Agent plugins, plugin to Cursor. This is Cursor, but I don't think they have it for Claude Code yet. Supported agents, Claude Code is more coming soon. Oh no, is there? Yeah. So, I mean, worst case, I can just give it this and say install this. I'm showing you like just genuinely like things that, okay, now I did do it. Yeah, reconnected. Now let me load it and test it. Convex status. What did it say now? Not authorized. Interesting. Okay. Deploy key style token. Same shit. Not personal device token. MCP Auth row MPX. It fixes full browser first. So maybe we can remove that key and oh, it's because of this silly in the show environment. Okay, so you could do the show environment one, or you can, so if we go over here, I know why it's doing it, Convex deploy key. It's because it's doing this, so it lives in your project. Oh, okay. So we don't need this in local, by the way, the deployment key. Okay, now try. Because it was trying to do that before. That's exactly what was happening. Okay, so you need the deploy key when you're in preview and production environments, but when you're doing it locally, you don't need that. And now you can see, look, okay, anyway, it's very annoying. Mine is in a weird corner case right now, which is never in, but it's fine. Okay, either way, it's fine. What we can do is, I can show you all we need to do. Again, it's fine. You can debug these things. It's not the end of the world. You can go here to, but I do want it to have access here. It needs access to the MCP. It's important that it does have access to that. I could just say, besides this, is the phase complete? And I'll show you what we can do. Okay. Because we could just shift over here to phase 2, to be honest, after that. Is the phase complete? But it's interesting because I do wonder if that was the case before. Okay. I want to showcase that a bit though, because I think it could help someone else out. Install the plugin by the Cursor Marketplace or manually. Git clone this repo Convex. This is for Convex, but do they show Claude Code? Yeah. Claude Code. No. So I missed something saying, why are we using this deploy key? It was automatically set up for us when we connected Vercel with the Convex integration. That's the only reason why we saw it there, in case you're wondering. Yeah, so it just automatically added it for us. But it's a good question. Just added MCP to main commerce, way more good than the same with it as an extra. Yeah, MCP is a must. So in this case, we want to have that working. Let's just say with the MCP, remove the deploy key. Remove the deploy key and fire the auth flow. Let's do it properly. Like this needs to be authenticated because it's very handy for us. And it's stupid that it's not doing it right now. Even here, to be honest, you don't need to be on extra while you're doing this part. This can all be very, very quick. It could just be on very less if you wanted. It could be on medium or high. And again, quick little water break. It's the only thing I don't like about doing the AI streams, because it's non-deterministic. Most of the time I'm kind of showcasing stuff like this, but I think it's still useful. Let me know. Do you find it useful? Because it's stuff which is going to probably happen to you at some point. So it's kind of like running through it. Because if I show my true way of doing stuff, like you end up flying through it in like a very quick time. But okay. Phase 0, chat and initialize. All of our setup is done except this one. And then we have launchable sign up, create workspace, invite orgs. Once works auth activation is in place, everything is still built. And you just can't authenticate Convex until the AUD mapping exists. That's the right fix with the deploy key presence. It never triggers a real device login. Okay, now let's see. It helps a lot. Okay, I appreciate that. So I will continue to be like that then and do that. Also, by the way, if you don't know how to install these, you can just literally give it to your agent, right? So I can just give this to the agent and they can go ahead and do it. But I just want to see the documents while it's doing it. So documentation, start a new project and Convex MCP server. Convex installed by Claude MCP get Convex. I'm being silly right now because also, is it Convex that I'm trying to do or is it Clerk that I'm trying to do? I believe it could have been Clerk that I was trying to do. Already gone, you removed it, blah, blah, blah. Step 1 is done. Then we verify the auth flow. Let me check what login flow is printing. Let's have a look. Okay, give URL to this chat as well to solve. This one is, no, I'm not going to give the authentication URL. But visiting this link says internal server of Zendesk YouTube To Vercel. I've replaced the commas, obviously. Yeah, so replace the commas. Internal server. Yeah, because I probably, you mean the one that's deployed with Zendesk? Oh yeah, because I haven't deployed it properly yet. That's the truth. This happens to me. I'm going to try and remove all related to that and restart from scratch. Yeah, don't worry. You don't have to. It's just a frustrating one. Whenever I'm live, this tends to happen. Like these kind of things. Like in this case, like it's trying to flow. So this one is, we can stop that task. I always get in these weird cases where it happens when I'm live. Like, but here we could say, okay, are we auth for Convex MCP? Let's have a look here. This is why we like these live dev moments. I love that. Thank you guys. Yeah, it's true. I really like that because to me, this is the most real it can get, as opposed to seeing perfect videos all the time. See, look at this. That's stupid. Like it's not a dead end. It's just silly. It's just this chat. This chat is old. So basically, okay. The main thing is that phase 0 and phase 1 is done, right? So let me just say, what is the next phase? Don't do anything. Okay. And then while that's happening, look here, I can also confirm that the full access read only. Okay, so it has Convex MCP access. Let's just say it's Clerk MCP auth. And while that's happening, come back over here. So it's just my Claude code for some reason isn't doing nothing done. Here's layer land. You finished the foundation, and that unlocks wave A, which is phase. Okay, so we've unlocked wave A with our parallel track. So now what I can do is so give me a prompt for the remaining work on phase 0 and 1. And what I would recommend you do is we're just going to shift it over here for a sec, and then I'll come back and I'll fix this one. Okay, and we're going to try two things. I'm going to show you how it's usually just either the chat is stale, so basically this chat itself hasn't got the latest MCP, or because in this case, look, this is fully done. Like this one's fully working, so this one is perfect. And if we go here, Clerk MCP is working, but it works differently with Convex. Okay. Okay, so context already in place. So this prompt is just going to give me the remainder of the work that's done, that needs to be done. This is how sometimes I will debug this stuff. So let's activate Clerk and Convex. And again, this is easy, right? Like you can actually do this yourself very quickly manually. I'm trying to show you that regardless of the problem, this is a way that I could approach that, right? So yes, like, and you might ask yourself, yeah, but a real coder would code it himself. Like, yeah, you could do that. I've done it for like, God knows how long, 15 years, but this is like how you can just like, this is a repeatable pattern, because trust me when I say I have agents working and I'm just checking on from my phone, and I don't want to jump into code sometimes. I want to be able to manage and orchestrate agents. So you need to start thinking at a level at that approach, as opposed to like, I'm going to jump in and fix everything myself. Because even when you have a team, you're not going to do that every single time a problem happens. Okay. So now inside of this one, I'm going to paste in the previous prompt, and I'm going to say the following. So fix the last part, fix the last remaining work on phase 0 and 1. Okay. I'm going to pass that in and do Command E. So we're going to jump into this view, and we're inside of the cursor editor window now. So I'm jumping between them just to show you guys that it really don't matter. Like we're on main, that's the difference. Main right now means that like, yes, we have all the changes are local. So like these changes, regardless if they're over here, I can just jump over here and carry on with this agent. It's all on main, so it doesn't make a difference. Okay. So establish ground truth, how Convex provider will request token, activate clerk Convex auth. And again, like, yes, I'm burning tokens in separate places, but it's fine. I'm trying to teach you guys how this works, right? Create a JWT, name Convex. So now it can basically fit that includes AUD. And let's see, look at the clerk, AUD isn't automatically set by default. So ground truth confirmed, the install does exactly this. If it includes Convex, get the token, else JWT template path, right? So either path works. You don't actually need this little check, by the way, Convex provider. So this little provider pattern is doing, by the way, so this one here. Oh no, that's actually, okay. So that's actually the code. So it actually checked out the under the hood of what it's doing. Oh, fair enough. Okay, so that's actually what it did under the hood. So either path works, JWT Convex must carry all the Convex integration sets AUD. Okay, so you could do either or. That's cool to know. So the reason what they're saying there is, previously, when you set this up in Clerk, you can either do it from integrations, like over here, or you can do it from sessions, JWT templates. Now, again, we're going to see if our agent can do this for us. So Clerk seemed to have hung. Let me check the terminal up on kill if needed. So it's going to firstly check this and run. It can definitely create this for us, by the way. But to be honest with you, I mean, do we just like it could, oh man, we could read, oh, that's interesting. That Clerk bird, play Clerk bird, Flappy Bird gaming return. That's cool. No Easter egg. Okay, so integrations are faster. Yeah, we could do this. We could do an integration is way faster. Okay, so if you're gonna do this yourself, you just go here, integrations, you tick this on, you go ahead and manage integration. It like 2 seconds, and but it can do it is what I'm trying to show you. Okay, and then we have this. Okay, so I can just say I enabled it, and then if we go to JWT templates now, you see it's not created that one yet. Okay, so if I enable the integrations, but you see like, it can do it. Look, existing, it can find it, it can inspect it, and then it can go ahead and create one on its own. So see how it pulled it? Like this is what I was saying, it can actually do this stuff. So it's actually going ahead and doing it now. So I don't see that, yeah, I see there's no JWT template available. So yes, you can use the integration route or the JWT template route, but let's actually see it do it itself. So I'm just gonna say here, create, just let it do its thing, right? Backend pulls, I'm gonna show you what we'll do in the meantime as well. So backend pulls organ from identity, falling back to compact OF claims. On the experience, okay. And again, this is one thing that annoys me about what agents tend to keep on falling back to, is it will tend to try to look inside of the old claim. However, get user, I don't think it's doing it itself. So if we do Command Shift F, get user identity, I believe it's actually doing it the right way. And we can do Command E to flip the side so we can see it in a way that is easier to read. Go over here. And you can see if we were to exclude all the MD files, so .md, and you can see that we've got our user identity. And yeah, so it's doing it the correct way. When it was saying the O and blah, 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 it's basically jumping into the actual code itself, but this is actually what it should be. This is pretty cool. Okay, Command E to jump back over to that view. Let's have a look what it said. So one click toggle in the CLI, see? Let me inspect the exact create, and now it's going to go ahead and create it. So I just want to show you, because it's really worth knowing that, like, yes, although it didn't work in one place, you don't just quit it. Like, that's what I want to showcase more. There's more of a learning point here as opposed to like, and that's the whole theme of this this series really. It's not like about building like the ultimate app. It's like I'm trying to, in the process of building a cool app, I'm trying to show you how you can learn from that and build anything that you want. That's kind of the approach I want to kind of integrate inside of this series. Okay. One click Convex CLI. Let me let's JWT templates. So you can do that post, create a JWT template. Okay, so it's going to basically eventually figure this one out. Claim field is freeform JSON. The key unknown is whether clerk accepts AD as a custom claim. So just want to test empirically while creating Convex sets back and read or plus AUD. So in this case, it creates it, and as you can see, it created it with claims it did. And this is actually really good because if you go ahead, it's all about being an engineer on this day and age, 100%, I completely agree with you. That it created one. And if we go back here now, you can see like Convex, right? Now, token life, the issuer, this is the same issuer, by the way, as the one if you go through integrations. But if you create through the template route, so just by doing add new template, it just does AUD. It doesn't pass in these three. So this is why I like doing it the MCP way, because whilst, yes, you can do it manually here, a lot of you will forget to do that, right? So in this case, it passes in the organization ID, role, and slug. And it's a benefit when you have that, because then you don't have to keep on, you can just use the JWT token for the user to determine what, what's it called, what row they were. But I'm just wondering, org row slug. Yeah, you shouldn't do the plan. Yeah, the plan is not, shouldn't be in there. What if I clone them? Then the second you have a bug, you probably will get stuck. That's why I recommend. Okay. So no dev servers are currently running. Convex environment has OpenAI. Start Convex Dev PID. So in this case, I've got it running somewhere, I believe. Oh no, it died. Yeah. So now it's going to go try and run it itself. But the point is that now it's connected. Okay. So let's go ahead and let this one wrap up. And then we're going to move over to the parallel phase. Now, two things can happen in this next step. Okay. So number one, we can have either separate parallel chats, which are effectively different agents, or doing Git Worktrees for the next parallel set of steps. Okay. So there's like different parts of the app that can be built out in parallel now. Or we can basically have one chat, which is in Ultra Code if we're using Claude Code, or you can use multitask if you're using Cursor, or Codex has background tasks, but you can basically, or you can just do Go if you want and set it to complete wave A, for example. But I'm going to show you the Claude Code one because I quite like it. Right? So in this case, look, convex functions are ready. Now let me start the Next.js app is testable and the parallel explore session to verify the AUD mapping programmatically. Stronger proof than waiting in for a browser. So it's basically going to go ahead and check the API endpoints now for us. But let's see if it can actually do that. I'm curious. But either way, you see how it did it. Okay. And this is quite cool because now it's even creating a throwaway test user. Look at this. Created a throwaway test user, pushed it into Clerk. So if we were to go over to Clerk now and go to our users, look at this. Zen check, auth check. That is awesome. Right? So create session, create a session, and then it mints a token from the Convex template, decodes it. This is awesome. And decodes the claims. And now it found those claims. Look at that. It found out that yes, this person is org admin. Amazing. That's sick. Like you see how it did the full test flow? That is pretty awesome. Okay. And after that is wire clerk and Convex Webhook, set signing secret in Convex, verify end-to-end via real sign up against acceptance criteria, and then write a pass or fail report. Okay. So the Clerk and Convex Webhook, do you need it? You don't necessarily need that. But in this case, I guess we could let it do it, but if that test data is cleaned up, so then it went ahead and cleaned up the test data. So the user that it created likely would have deleted here as well as the org, or it would keep the, yep, there you go, cleaned itself up. So you see how it tested at a code level? Like this is what I'm saying. Like it's a really nice way of kind of working with this stuff, right? Now, after this, it's going to go ahead and do no fixed apps will exist for Webhooks. Let me create it and generate a portal URL. So what is this one? So let's see. Okay, so manage webhook endpoints. We are going to be using our Convex Webhook HTTP endpoint. Yeah, that's right. So if you type in HTTP, you can actually see for yourself inside of our code. This is where the webhook will be. Look, Clerk Webhook signing secret, and then this one, you can see webhook comes in. We're not actually checking if it's post or get at the top here. We're just accepting what it looks like. It comes through, and then we're going to check against the signature over here. So where is it? New webhook verify. So is this through an error? That means it will be invalid. And then we're checking if organization is created or updated or deleted, or membership created or deleted. You see how it's basically saving it to synchronizing the state in our database. That's effectively what's happening here. Okay, and then we have our clerk webhook, which is a method post, which is a separate endpoint. And now this one is basically going ahead and saying when a clerk user is created, it's going to go ahead and normalize the role clerk sends or admin or occasionally a bare admin member to the literal our schema expects. So you could do this one, but I would say in this case, normalizing the role. So here, I would say we could just say, is normalized role even needed? As we could just use Convex, Clerk SDK. And also, you see how it did it? It did everything. So you see that sign up and forward. So this is basically for us to test it ourselves. Overview, member count, admin get ready, needs your browser sign in. So in this case, we just can sign in ourselves. But I'm basically saying, is it need, like we don't need to be tracking. Like this is reason for something called drift. And drift can basically be happening when you have a situation where you're trying to track exactly where what our clerk users look like, and also inside the Convex database. There is a benefit to doing this when you're doing certain lookups, but is it necessary? I would argue that you don't necessarily need it. Unless you're at such a high amount of users that it really pays off to do it. You still need to be half right. Depends part probably data code. So you can't really just use Clerk SDK and these two source copies. One, there's no code you don't want. So you'd use await, yes. There's not available in Convex functions. Narrowing data row. Okay, so fair enough. I guess when you're at the bare admin fallback is so. See, dry them into a single helper. See that pros already killed. I was going to say something change. What we simplify will copy and dry. Yes. So let's fix that first, and then we're going to be ready for the next step. So what I want you to do is while this agent cleans up and fixes up, you can see we've got a ton of work here that needs to be committed. Okay. So this is all going to be phase 0 and phase 1. So after this is done, I'm basically going to have it say commit, and push phase 0 and 1. Okay, and typically it will try to create a PR and so forth, but we're just going to effectively push that one out. Now I have my, just full transparency, I have it, my workflow, so all of my agents will naturally create a PR when they're finished working. When they create a PR, I automatically have a Claude code agent that will basically review every single PR that gets created automatically. And then there's an auto review flow. So then I have a Codex agent that can kick in as well and basically respond to replies that the Claude code agent does. And then I like it because I get both agents checking out PRs. So I don't mind spending the tokens to do that, but I found that it works pretty good. But it can result in sometimes them going back and forth for ages. And there's 30 comments on a very simple thing that could have been fixed pretty quickly. But it's still more thorough, and it results, especially when you got a production app, that it's probably worth it still. Okay, so in this case, we're normalizing those rows. Then we're going to commit and push phase 0 and 1. Now, while that's happening, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to the previous agent that we had. See, Zemcon phase 0 and phase 1 foundations, and be like, my other agent just finished phase 0 and phase 1 and pushed the code to main. The next step, I need you to implement wave A, which is a series of parallel parts where we can build on the app. What I want you to do is kick up a ultra code workflow where you have each agent use a Git work tree and work on each individual phase in parallel. And then you should have another step in your workflow where you merge each of these phases together. Completing the first series of parallel tasks. Oops. The magic apple word kicked off the AI assistant that we all know on our phone. That's why the music went. We merge each of these phases together, completing the first series of parallel tasks. Okay, in the plan. Okay, So we're not going to send that yet. We're going to make sure that this is committed. So you can see that committed and pushed. So if you guys are looking at this, you can see now on GitHub that you now have the latest code there. Okay. So at this point, you can test it yourself, open up the app and plan, mess around with it. But we're going to go ahead and continue now. So I'm going to say pull latest main, or if it's got it locally anyway, but and execute. And you could also use go mode here as well, right? So what is go mode? So go mode is basically, if I was to go into plans, so let's have a look at this plan one more time. Okay, so remember, this is what I was talking about here. So effectively, I'm talking now about this wave. So we just finished up this wave over here. So this wave is now done. And now I'm saying we are gonna shift our focus to this. Okay, so I want to have, you can do this many ways. You can have like, different agents, spin up a separate one, but I want to have one orchestrator agent. So one main agent, basically like, let's just call that one like a main agent, and it's going to orchestrate a workflow where it's going to spin up several sub agents, and these sub agents are going to spin up several work trees, basically do all of these builds. Oh my God, what's happening with my arrows? And once it's done, it will have another step to merge them all together. That's how I'm going to do this. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. So boom, head back over here, Claude code, pull latest main, and make sure we're on Ultra code because I want to do a workflows. And then here where it says blah, 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 Ultra, I don't know, does it say it anymore? No, it doesn't shine anymore like it used to. But you could do /go, and you could just pass in the goal. Like my other agent just finished up, pull this in, and you see that's the entire goal that basically gets pushed in. Now we're basically giving it a goal. Right? Now go basically means keep working until this condition is met. Okay, but really what I should have done there is I should have said stop when you reach wave B, right? But it's fine. What's your take on loops? Loops are basically this. This is basically a loop. So it's very good timing for that question. A go /go is effectively a loop, right? It's basically saying like, start working on this and then check your acceptance criteria. And if it's done, great. Otherwise loop again and do like, and continue on until you're done basically. Okay. Now let's see what this guy's up to. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a bit smaller here so you guys can, we'll make it bigger actually. So it's thinking a bunch. And typically this part will take a little bit of time because it needs to now crunch effectively what is available versus how to parallelize it into this workflow. And again, one thing I mentioned in the last stream is, well, like when you do this kind of workflow pattern, most of the time when I'm doing this, I'm not sitting here waiting for it. I'm usually most of the time, like I'll execute a workflow before, like say if it's like it's later in the evening, I'm shattered, I'm tired. I basically will have like a ticket in Linear maybe where I want to implement something, and I'll have a go and I set it off, and I basically will either /remote control. So if I need to control it from downstairs, I can still go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I will just go ahead and leave it running. And then I come back in the morning and pretty much has loops are the biggest plans. The loops are on biggest plans, not the way to go. Not sure what you mean, Jane, by your question, actually, if you just clear it up. But yeah, this is typically what I do with when I'm working with things. And sometimes I'm a fan of maybe just starting a new chat, to be honest, instead of doing what I just did here. But we can see. So let's clear this out so we can see no background task for now. And we'll give it a bit of time, but this is the problem as well when sometimes it has to, because think about it, it has to come in here, figure out where it was at, and then carry on with what you were doing. But I want to show you as well, if we go to the agents window, this is cursor. I'm jumping between the two a lot today. But say, for example, in here, you could actually do a multitasking workflow here. So you could actually run through a multitasking workflow, which is kind of cool as well, right? So they're all, you'll see all of these harnesses are basically moving in the same direction. See that on it, wave 8, wave A. The plan's first parallel series, phase 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, sorry. The plan confirms these 4 dependent only on foundation, so they parallelize. Plan of attack, align local to origin main, create a Git worktree per phase. Ultra workflow builds all 4 in parallel. Code gen only, no shared deployment pushes. A merge state integrates branches, resolves the known merge points, and then runs the authoritative Convex push and build. First, let me kill the stray background Convex Dev, which it did. It just killed it. I can see it on the right. And inspect git state before touching anything destructive. So that's very good, actually. Yeah. Now, I want to mention something. So look at this part where it said here, look. So code gen only, no shared deployment pushes. What it means by that is basically because our Convex is using one backend that's shared between all our agents. So look here, this is what you're going to find. And by the way, this comes into a big problem area very quickly when you're working, right? So think about it. Whether it's agents or whether it's team members, if everyone, so you've got different instances. If you've never used Convex, it can be a little confusing, but you have production, you can have a development cloud, which is shared, and then you have like a dev branch. Now this dev branch in this case is just a similar cloud one, but you can also have these like team deployments or preview deployments. Now, if you type in Convex agent mode, okay, what is actually quite cool is this will go ahead and actually allow you to have individual environments per deployment per agent. So each agent gets its own Convex cloud deployment, best when the agent needs default environment variables, inbound traffic, and so forth, right? Or they can do it locally. So agent runs Convex locally, storing its data in a .convex folder, best for ephemeral agents that don't require webhooks or default environment variables. So it's quite you've got options here, but just know that the most powerful is this one, cloud dev deployment per agent. That's truly what I would recommend. And that Worktrees setups. So even if you've got this, look, open the Worktree app and go to environments, select the environments for your project or create one if needed using the following setup script. So these are all quite important, like when you set up Worktrees, if you're gonna do this, right? Otherwise, if you don't set this up, you're gonna get into issues. But this is just something to know about, but it's very, very cool. So if you do wanna dive more into parallel agents, you need to look into that, right? Because it's quite an important part. Okay, so J8 says, I mean the recent loops where the agents do work, push something like a grep code rabbit, pull for comments on the PR, the agent wakes up, then repeats the feedback, spin up a new thread or such. And the loop goes on to reviews the fully satisfied the output. That's very expensive on cheaper plans. Oh, so that's actually what I do, by the way. That's actually what I'm doing. So I didn't know that it was just called a loop, to be honest. But yeah, I just enabled it. So if you, for example, if you type in Claude Code, or I think it's just Claude Code reviews, PR reviews, here you can see code review, Claude Code docs, for example, like set up automated PR reviews to catch code reviews and preview team subscription plans is not available for organization. So is it this one? I have it running, to put it simple. So if I, for example, go here, go to routines, I have routines here. So this is a different one, sorry. I'll show you that. But basically, I have a few routines running, but I don't know if it was called loops or whatnot. But basically, every time a comment is made, yes, it wakes up an agent. They review what the comment done and address the change and so forth. And it does work pretty good. It really depends on your budget. If you only have one plan, then yeah, I would be cautious here. I have 3 plans that I tend to use pretty, like, you know, if one's running out, I'll use the other one. But I tend to, like, again, I really do blast these plans, and I rarely will get to an end of something. I have, don't get me wrong, I've definitely maxed out a plan before, but I've gotten, you're getting much better with that part. So that all 4 work trees now live off main with environment variables copied. All right, this is why I also like doing orchestrator patterns where you have one agent set up a workflow for multiple. And now what's really cool is, look at this up. Let me close this part. Is we here, look, starting workflow. The app's going to build really fast now, by the way, right? So one strong agent integrates all 4 branches into wave A. Now look at this, starting workflow, sorry. So once this workflow starts, it's going to basically have different steps where it's basically it's going to be building out each thing in parallel. And it's quite a cool setup. And if we see this, it's actually gone ahead and created individual work trees for each one. Now, if we see builds Zencom work trees, so it's done it inside of there. So Zencom work trees. Now, if we were to look at that inside of, let's open up the Finder, for example. Let me go ahead and show you guys inside of my build. So Zencom. So it's basically done it in work trees here. So that if you see this, so look, Zencom work trees. I go in here. So, and I show you, look, you got phase 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 5, and 6. And basically each one is now an entire kind of build in itself happening. You see this? So it's basically created local work trees. And there's different ways you can have your setup run, but look at this. It's very, very cool. Okay. So now it's worth mentioning that I think I have a rule somewhere where my agent isn't going to be Opus, but I hope it is Opus for each of these because I don't mind spending it. But you see now, we basically have a build running. Okay. Here's what I launched. Look, align to main, wave 2, blah, blah, blah. Workflow A, 4 agents in parallel. So phase 2 is a Convex expert, real-time inbox, embed widget, schema, public widget functions, 2-pane inbox, and so forth. Each build code gens only, they don't deploy. So that way it doesn't like kind of clash our Convex deployment. Merge phase 1, strong agent integrates all. Okay. Now I just want to check here, like a couple of these phases lean hard on Convex components, are only fully validated at the merge stage. So yeah, there are going to be some merge steps. But the point is you see here, look, now what can happen is our agents can also spin up background tasks. So you see how they keep spinning off these background tasks as well. And then after these 4 are done, so these are now building out each phase, right? And if you click into merge, you'll see that eventually there'll be a merge agent here as well. Now I find that if you are going to use this more, I actually personally prefer to use the CLI because I feel like I can actually dive into what each one is doing. In the desktop app, I find that I can't even do that very well. Like I can't actually jump into here a bit more. Like whereas this, which is kind of frustrating to be honest, but like, by the way, do you see what I just did? Enable clerk organization billing. It's very cool. So if we go here now, organization settings, organization billing, sorry, they're here. Look at this, guys. Billing, it just enabled it. Subscription plans. In a moment, it'll create subscription plans. Very, very cool. Okay. So if I show you inside of CLI, look at this. Vibe Code Reminder says, come on, you can't build a real business with free tier. Please use $200 plans for building real businesses. Firstly, I am on the $200 plan for doing, what's it called? All of my Claude code, my codecs, everything is on $200 plan. So not sure where that's been said from. And also, when it comes to free tiers, you'd be incredibly amazed, my friend, at how far you can get with a free tier. And I know because I've launched businesses before. So you can get so far. Put it this way, right? I'm going to show something very, very important now. So if you go to Clerk's pricing page, right? I want to show something because I always find it's hilarious when people say you can't go far on this. Okay, 50,000 monthly recurring active users per app for free, by the way. Yeah, you can have that, right? So yes, there are things in paid or pro plan, but the point is that even then, $20 per month, who cares? $20, focus on the app you're building. Like if you're seriously trying to launch an app, $20 a month is nothing, dude. Like pay the $20 a month, go to pro if you really need to. And then if you can't make money off 50,000 monthly recurring active users, the app is flawed, not the support model behind it. And again, $200 for your coding agent models is wild. Like we live in such a crazy time where you have so much power at your hands, but it's just a lot of he said, she said stuff going on. So try not to get full up and like get sucked into that environment. And yeah, this stuff is very, very powerful if you know what you're doing. Okay. I just want to show as well, like if we go into the Zencom demo here, and if I was to do Claude inside of here, and now if I do resume, I just want to show you. So if I do resume, and I go into here, so this is actually the same conversation. If I do, you see now, this has a agent running. So we can see the wave A, it's opening, needs input. Make sure it's on. Okay, so this one, oh god, I hope I screwed this one up. Okay, so mine is bugging out, but let me close this one. I probably shouldn't have opened 2 in one go, but it's fine. But for now, we can see one of these agents requires some input. So that's the thing that I found, which is interesting, is that when I do it with the desktop app right now, well, I guess it kind of gave it its own input, I guess. So that's kind of interesting. So it requested input. You see that? It had a yellow, like a flag. And then the main agent would have probably answered that for it. Because again, you have one top agent and it's orchestrating these sub agents. So this is the pattern I was talking about. You could either have separate chats or you can have one orchestrator agent orchestrating these, right? And you see how, look, this is very, very cool, by the way, because now each of these ones are kicking off. You see that? And look, well, by the way, that entire time, 1%. So the next time someone tells you, oh my God, but you're going to run through your entire plan on Ultra Code. Guys, I went up 1%. 1%. Yes, we did a bit of work in Cursor, right? But like for all the stuff we did inside of Claude Code, 1%. Like I'm just going to let that stand. 6% to 7%. Like, so I've always flying in Ultra Code at this rate, right? Now, what's really cool is if you open up your cursor, you can actually see what each one is up to. So naturally, it would open up if you open up changes, you can actually see individually different phases. Look at this. This is quite cool. So now I can see. So if I was to hide all of my pushes and this kind of stuff, so now I can see like phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and I can see the main. This is really nice because subsidization of these plans is crazy. Yeah, it's unbelievable how much they're subsidizing, right? These AI companies, yes, they're worth a ton, but trust me when I say they're reaching deep into pockets right now to subsidize the cost of the AI cost of it. So I don't know if that's going to be forever. That's my point. So build a business while it is like this, okay? So if we dive into these, look at this. Like I can see each one doing its work. So this is phase 2 is basically, we'd have to look at our plan. So if we look at the plan, we can see, for example, phase 2 is inbox and widget. Phase 3 is the agent. Phase 5 is billing and plans, and phase 6 is marketing and install. So phase 3, for example, if I was to go look at phase 3, I can see, look, phase 3 is already starting to do Ask Knowledge Base. It's got the PDF, it's got the AI.ts. Look, ChatGPT 4.0 mini, it's got components.rag. This is not working because it hasn't run code gen yet. So that's why our type inference isn't working. But in this case, look, we can see embedding models. Okay, that's very, very cool. We can see if we go to Ask Knowledge Base, so phase 3 stand on Ask Knowledge Base surface. This is requiring orgs to prevent, making sure that you're actually inside of an organization. But it's actually going ahead and doing RAG search, for example. Okay, so you see how each of these individual work trees is now going ahead and building independent of each other. And again, this means that they can, all of these can touch the same file, can screw with the same thing. The next step, when we have a merge, that's when we actually go into the part over there, right? They get the data as well. Yeah, they do get the data. But I mean, for years now, these companies have been scraping us. This is wild, the amount of data that they have on us. Dry run minimal plan with flat amount, dry run features map and plan feature reference, and store rate limiter components. So it's actually installing a rate limiter component. Very nice, right? So after this, we will have, and this is what I'm saying, like this is like truly, like when I tell you, when the question you should be asking yourself is, okay, understanding that, if we were to say, okay, are we still coding line by line? Think about it. The person who understands how to work this way and have several agents in parallel building at this level. And if you see here, you're like, oh no, phase 6 hasn't worked. No. It's worked. It's literally committed. It's changes. It's finished. Phase 6 is done. And if we go over here, look, phase 6 is done. That's how you know, right? So that all the rest are ticking on. Phase 6 is no longer ticking on. That's how I knew it was done. And now I can see like this one just did a commit and boom. This one is now done. Like this is unreal. And think about it, like if you can do this for this, you can have parallel agents running for your business internal management. I use it a ton for stuff, guys. Like I run my entire team now is literally like humans and AI agents doing stuff for me on a day-to-day basis. So it's really like an amazing time we live in. And this is what I'm saying. I've really have kind of like, I've been designing our new community all around this. So like I said before, join Zero to AI Hero, the waitlist down below in the description. You guys, you will love it. I promise you will love it. It's going to be my next biggest, proudest thing. I promise you that. Okay, so phase 0 is done. Oh, this one was done before, sorry. Then we have phase 5 is still doing. So phase 5 is doing our billing. So in this case, it added in schema. So we have our object. And this is interesting because it shouldn't be actually typing. Oh, it's got its validators, that's why. Okay, so you can do a validator, that's fine. You don't necessarily need to do a validator, but you can do validator patterns. In this case, let's have a look. So phase 2 and 3 are now committed. So look at this, phase 2. And you see how each one, if I click into it, so look, phase 2 doesn't have a phase. So each Git work tree doesn't have the other stuff. So this is where we need a merge step. So phase 6, for example, only has this commit, and this. So but they're all on separate like copies of main branched off effectively, right? So let's have a look. So, and by the way, you can still ask it questions. You can say, how's it going? And it can tell you, like if I say, how's it going? Now, remember, our main agent is actually free. So our main agent, it can actually reply to us right now, the top orchestrator agent, because the sub agents are the ones that are working. So you see, like the main agent now is thinking, because it's going to go check on what's happening, and it will likely say phase 6 is done. So look at this, committing each phase, commits on each phase branch and activities in each work tree. And that's literally what I was doing right now. So I was just checking on those, seeing what each one was up to. And you can see now that phase 2 is basically done. Phase 3 is basically done or is thinking. And yep, look, there you go. See, phase 2, build inbox is done. Phase 6, marketing is done. And at this point, what you could do, you could either have the merge step, or each agent, when they're done, could have created a PR. And then you can have that fall into a PR workflow where PR automatically gets created. That triggers up another agent to wake up, review this PR. If they find anything, the loops that JNate was speaking about previously in the comment section, these are all things that can kick off. And this is how I work, guys. This is like all my workflows are like this. So it doesn't matter if I'm in a Codex harness building something out and I submit a PR, my Claude Code will wake up and check that PR. It's pretty damn awesome. Honestly, it's very, very cool what's going on right now. And then my main agent gave me an update. So in this case, it's told me phase 2, phase 6, and then phase 3 is building live. Phase 5 is building live, and merge is waiting for 3 and 5. So really, really clean stuff so far. Okay. Now I believe we should be kind of actually quite close now for phase 5. Oh, phase 5 phase 5 didn't commit. So these two are heavy in the work right now. And you can see that this one's modifying proxy.ts. So imagine if like the individual agents were fighting over proxy.ts. That's where you can get clashes. So Git Worktrees is very important. Right? And this allows you on your local to basically be working on separate things. And this is on same conflicting files, which otherwise wouldn't have been possible. Right? But it's really powerful when you stack it with workflows now. Like it just makes the whole thing kind of click together and go to another level. Okay. Now, once this is done, we're going to go and let the merge happen. And then what we'll do is we'll start testing this while we execute wave B. And wave B will be phase 4 and phase 7. Phase 4 meaning the leads and widget customizer, and phase 7 being the widget AI integration. Okay. And look at this. I did have Convex rate limit here as well for the quota and rate limits. And then we also can have Convex Dev migrations, aggregate, live count badges as well. So like literally the things that I talked about. Okay. So let's see. This is what I mean. Like I don't like how in Claude Code at the moment we can't see into an agent's workflow. Let's try one more time. Watch a movie while the loop is flowing, or touch grass as well. Yeah. Honestly, that's why you get a dog. That's what I do. I take my dog out for a walk. And then I've got Claude on remote control mode. So sometimes I'll literally do remote control mode and I'll be doing things. Here, look, phase 5 is now done. And then we have phase 3. So personally, in my opinion, when it comes to orchestration of sub-agents, Ultra Code with workflows has been the best implementation of it so far, in my opinion, amongst all the different harnesses. So I think Codex and Cursor have got a little bit of catching up to do with that. They don't have the same kind of implementation yet for that. And it works pretty damn sick because I use it a ton. Like I used it a ton. When Fable 5 was out, for the day that it was out, trust me when I say I obliterated the usage out of that thing on my own apps. And I had it running workflows and Ultra Code and workflows, and I made sure everything was reviewed and all sorts. And it wasn't perfect, but it definitely did an awesome job of a couple of things. Okay, so next up, let's go. And we're almost done on this, and then we will get into some testing parts. And by the way, it's worth mentioning that every single one of these, you can actually CD into this directory. So all of these are directories. Like you can literally CD into that directory and go ahead and run the app, just that version. So I can just run the phase 2, I can just run the phase 3, and so forth. So sometimes, especially when I'm doing Expo builds, I will have several Expo, what are they called? Metro listeners kind of are running, or Metro devs running, I guess what it's called. And it'll be like 8081, 8082, 8083, and I can basically switch between different versions of the app, which is pretty cool. Okay, now I just want to see, while this is here, I wonder if I can show you if we can catch it in time, and it works this time. So let's go to the Zencom demo YouTube, Claude, and I want to see if I can do resume, /resume. And like you see, how's it going was my last question here. So this is in fact what's actually happening here. So you see how this is basically going on, and you can see that it's got a go active. And if I do less for agents, so if I go back again for agents, so oops. So in this case, I can see that wave A integration merge or fixed tabs, or what's this one? So working, so I can see fixed tab was merged beyond. What was this one? 12 days. That's old. Oh no, this is. Wait a minute, I've completely screwed something up. Okay, so no. Okay, I see what I messed up. Okay, so don't do that. So while we're inside of this, I could do /workflows. Don't get them confused. It is workflows. And you can see no dynamic workflows in this. Okay, so if you didn't run it from here, that's why it's basically not going to happen. But in this case, if you ran it from there, the workflows would have been visible. And what I like about the CLI is the visible, like you can actually jump in and see the last logs of each of those different workflows, which I think is pretty cool. Now, once that's done, this will commence a merge phase, right? So the merge will basically go ahead and what's this failing? So I assume it's basically likely. And again, I'd be able to see these things. So when I tend to do workflows, I'll be honest, I do it with the CLI. But this is obviously a bit more visual for you when I'm teaching it. Any questions, by the way, please feel free. Please feel free to ask questions. I can't stress it enough. There is no bad question. And I feel like there are a million of questions that probably you might be scared to ask me, but just ask away, because I guarantee there'll be some value that could be shared with everyone else. Let's dive into that code right there. What's happening? So I think it's phase 3 or 2. Okay, so phase 2 is actually done. It's just probably trying to run it, or phase 3 it was. So let's have the articles ingestion. And I always love looking at the way that they've done this. The registered Convex RAG, persistent text streaming, dev agent, schema, set everything up. Ingestion, articles, CRUD, download, knowledge base surface, RAG retrieval. So it's set up an entire knowledge base for us, basically. Cool. And then this, it should just be final TSC tally completed. Okay. So this one is now in the process of closing. So any moment now, this will go ahead and consider itself done. So we can look through it, and you can see here, look, tons of stuff. Again, if you were to do this as a single developer, yeah, of course it would take you a ton of time. So this is why we say that, yes, AI is going in this direction, where AI is handling a lot of the coding for you. But it has bad patterns that I see a lot of the time as well, though. It has but they do manual types. I don't like that. You shouldn't do manual types a lot of the time. You should be having inference nearly everywhere. So this is a good example. That's good. But again, casting as storage IDs. Why is it these things they're happening most of the time because this is a fetch, I guess. Okay, it's doing upload URL. It's definitely, I guess it's different. But again, you should be doing inference instead of casting. So that's what I would really recommend. Okay, so the build is now done, the build step. So all 4 phases are now done. And this is when it commences a merge step. So now the merge agent. So what this will do is this will go through and it will start merging now down all of the individual phases. Okay. So at this point now, this is the thing, we won't get too much visibility of when it does this to us. My only issue is show me the merge step. And what's happening. So we can kind of ask our main orchestrator agent to kind of give us a little insight. Recently, Next.js needs more CPU usage than Byte and React. Again, I see this debate a lot, right? Here's the deal. If your CPU usage ever spikes, I guarantee you, it is likely because if I go into, one second, what is this? Oh, that's new. Interesting. Okay. But if I go into your .next, so this file here, delete this. I guarantee you, delete your .next. And if you really are paranoid, delete your node modules and reinstall. But delete your .next, because a lot of the time, because TurboPack basically has something called an incremental like build step where it basically incrementally adds to it, your .next file can get corrupt. And I've had CPU spiked like 700% before. So yes, when that happens, just delete your .next file. I don't know why there isn't much documentation about that, to be honest with you, but it drove me crazy as well. So I completely get the frustration, but it's not about having more or less usage, it's what it enables. Yeah, you could use React and V, and I see it all the time. People preach about it, but if you know why Next.js is good, then you understand, like, okay, yeah, well, why would I use V and React like on a baseball? It's like, no, I like using Next.js. It's amazing for that reason. And that's one thing I hate. I see that too much. Next.js has a ton of benefits, guys. Like when you're server rendering pages, those are more indexable, those are more searchable, those are fast as hell to load. Like you can have caching, techniques on each of these pages, which makes them blazing fast to go ahead and load, and then only have certain client components in there that render out when they need to basically be reactive and so forth. So yeah, it's very powerful. It's just most people don't often understand how to use it. 10 stack start as well. Yeah, honestly, it's the same thing. Like everyone kind of raves about the 10 stack side of things, but most of the time, things like React Query is actually pulled into a lot of what we do in our day-to-day. So like Convex under the hood uses a lot of React Query. 10 stack, which is again a part of React Query. The vice versa. Yeah. The merge save is live right now. The merge agent is on the main repo. The Wave A integration is mid-merge, resolving conflicts as exactly the merge point. So let's have a look at what's going on here. So you can see, look, it's actually doing it now. So you can see this. Look at this. It's really cool. So we can see that Wave A integration. So it created another branch of Git Worktree, and it's basically pulling in each of them. And you see what it's doing? It pulled in phase 2, pulled in phase 3, and then it's handling the merge conflict. So it's basically going through all of these merge conflicts. It's already resolved these ones, so I can't show you. But basically it'll go through and it will basically determine, okay, this one added this one added that. How can I safely resolve them and so forth? But this is why I would say keep cursor open, because without cursor, look at this, like I can't see anything here besides what it's telling me it's doing. But with the cursor, you can actually see, and again, this is not just cursor, this is VS Code effectively, like right under the hood. So I'm very glad that they obviously keep this, like, because you need to be able to see it. But here is what I want to show you. So look, this is what a merge change looks like. So when you're trying to merge two individual commits that have clashing files, effectively, this is what the decision process that needs to be made, a merge conflict. Just like if two team members are both trying to push a PR to the same file, and basically it's like how to determine what you should keep and what you should remove. But the good thing is AI can help us do this, right? It can basically, it's reserving this merge conflict. It can basically look at this page and be like, oh, one is perhaps the old version of the page, one is the new version of the page, or one has like an extra line that the other one doesn't have. And AI does a much quicker job of this than us. So you see how it's merging these, it's figuring out these itself, and it's basically getting through the merge conflicts. And now you can see, look, we've got 2, 3, 5 all merged in. And it's really beautiful how you can see it here, like how it comes together. And then we're going to have another one, which is phase 6, which will go ahead and get pulled in a sec. And then you can see, look, this one has got a little change at the end. So it's a very small change. Phase 6, and then that's going in. So we've got 5, 2, 3, 5, and 6. So after this, it effectively will be done with the merge. And then this is potentially that they might appear. So this is not a guaranteed they may appear, but you can see that. And now 2% in. So guys, can you believe that? Like, I just want to stress this point. Like, we've been like on Ultra Code hammering stuff like that's happening right now, and 8%. Right? I just want to check one thing as well. I did set a rule previously. Which models were used in the workflow? I'm kind of curious because I went crazy at it once because it did Opus for like 100 agent spawn. I'm not joking, it was 100 agent spawn. So like that went a bit crazy. So I actually set a rule in my Claude memory saying to use Sonnet and a few other things, but I'm curious if it did or not. It didn't pin a model in the workflow script. Agents inherit unless the agent pins one local agent matched. Okay, so that's fine. So it probably didn't do that. Okay, that's fine. So let's see. Now it's still merging in. So you see how it's still trying to pull things through. Merge branch, wave A6, phase 6 into wave A integration. And this is all stuff which like a person had to do before. Like I've done this tons of times before, rebases, squashes and merges and so forth. This isn't rebasing. Oh no, it actually is rebasing. But I guess they didn't actually commit in these individual phases a lot. But this is what a clean rebase and merge would kind of look like, because you would have everything in your phase commit or the big commit be super nice. I don't like how it does this as well. We're paying a fee. Shouldn't do that. You can get rid of that, but it's annoying that they even do that in the first place. Okay, so Funky says, brother, what does staging mean? Because I don't use it, but everything just works good. But AI likes to stage first and then commit and push. I saw some YouTubers do this also, but I don't understand why. So staging is typically, it depends on what context you're using it, but the normal context when we talk about staging is we have a production environment, which is live. Our users are looking at it. We have a dev environment where we add features to first. So let's just make it very simple for beginners, right? So dev is where we experiment, we can do crazy stuff, we can add new features and it's ahead, right? But when we're only happy with dev, we push or make a pull request to production. This is a simple flow, right? Then it basically, once it merges in, our users can see the new features. Well, hey, okay? Now, that's dangerous because production differs from dev in a few areas. It differs because one is different databases it's pointing to. There could be corner cases where there was hot fixes in production that may have not been pulled into dev yet, and vice versa, right? Like there could be many, many things that could have happened. Now, staging is basically a middle environment. And again, people have different setups. I understand that. I'm saying staging is basically a middle environment where it's your dev with the staging credentials, but it's not on, but with the production credentials, but it's not seen by your users. So you can basically have a chance to test your new features with production credentials to see that everything works well. And typically you then run something called a smoke test, where basically you test all your critical functions, and that you can use automated testing for, as well as like Maestro if you're using Expo, for example. And I usually have smoke tests set up before it goes from staging to production. And then you make a pull request from staging to production, and typically your lead or your tech lead would do that. And that's basically like the kind of big moment where if something goes wrong, you can roll back and so forth. But it sounds like you may have meant it in a slightly different way though when you said AI likes to stage first. I think you meant pull request, perhaps. Like maybe it makes a pull request before or a draft pull request and so forth. I'm not really sure, but in this case, look, 5 agents, 600,000 tokens, 27 minutes. Okay. And then I'll get the merge report and verify the integration branches, ground truth. Let me pull the merge agents report and inspect the actual integration branch, conflict markers, commit state, and so forth. So now it's going to do a review. And if we look at this, right, if we go into our, so which branch are we on is the main question here. So we are on wave A integration right now. Okay. So once it's extracted the report, I'm going to say, one's happy with everything. Merge to main so I can test myself. Okay. And obviously right now main is just for us. Like, but in a true production environment, you would not be merging to main like this. You would be merging to either feature branches, dev branches, or it depends on how you set your flow up. But I've done it in a couple of ways, but yeah, you can get pretty cool. So I'll run the gates myself before landing to main. I won't trust the cell reports build. I'll run the gates myself before landing to main. So you could do this part, but so it's running checks itself. Okay, so we could just stop this and kind of test it ourselves. I don't want to let it do it, but yeah, typically you let it run this little check it's doing, which is quite good actually. It's trying to basically it's running the code and so forth itself. So like integrate phases 2, 3, 5, and 6. But I'm going to stop it. I'm just going to say, actually, just proceed to merge. Just proceed to merge to main so I can test it myself. And I'm going to stop it here. Because yes, you should let it do this, by the way. Yeah. But I'm just going to try and deploy it myself and then just test it myself. Because for the sake of live streaming. And again, still at 8%. Like it's wildly good, guys. Like it's very, very good. Like, and you see how the plan mode is most important part. Like I will honestly on stream spend ages on plan mode because it's so important for the outcome. Yeah, it's just hugely important. So now it's going to make a pull request to main, or like, you know, just do it locally. And then all of these rest of these ones we can end up closing. So if I was just to minimize these for a sec, you can see we've got everything here. If we click into this, close them all. Our goal is now we want to have a main here, and then I want to see this merged into the main. And then we should push to go ahead and get it to verification solid, TSS clean, working tree clean, no conflict markers in the merge agent report at PM green, proceeding to land it. So fast forward to main, integration, push, clean up work trees. And clean up work trees, it will go ahead and remove these work trees. You see how it's deleting them now? Phase 4 is actually in wave B. It's actually a separate wave. So if we go to, I don't know why it named it that way, but it's a good question. Phase 4 is actually here. So we can see that phase 2, 3, 5, and 6. And then we have wave B. So now we're going to proceed to wave B. Oops, what the hell was that? We're going to proceed to wave B where we got phase 4 and phase 7. Okay. So, and then now I can see if I do Command J and I can tap in, like I'm on main. Okay. So if I do PM dev, it's on main and pushed. Hey, there we have it. And you see how it's pushed. So now if you guys look on the GitHub repo, you will see it's working. It's live, right? So as in like, I don't know if it's working because I haven't tested it, but if I go over here to localhost, so it is running here, but I just need to check two things. So one thing I'd recommend as well, by the way, is we have to run not only the app, but also Convex, the backend, right? So what I like to do is I like to say, create a package JSON script that allows me to run the front end and the back end concurrently. Use the concurrent package. Okay. Auth dashboard features need the auth gate first, the onbox all run on org scope and the clerk. Okay, still not done. So signing into dashboard will fail Convex auth. Honest status of what landed, billing workers needs clerk event dashboards. Okay, gating doesn't work without it. Quota enforcement is primitive only. So billing webhooks need entitlement has gating works without. Okay, yeah. Marketing source of it. Okay, everything in main is pushed. So at this point, we could say, we can actually just have it as fix all of these and start wave B in parallel. But I just want to show you guys something. So what I like to do is inside of our package JSON, I will go ahead and make a separate script like dev all is typically what I would do. And if you use the concurrently package, it can usually color code it. So quick mechanical change installed concurrently is a dev dependency. And then it's going to go ahead and add it in a second here. So we see here, boom, concurrently. They should add a line up here in a sec. And this one is quite cool because you can have a dev all and it'll basically run Convex instead, because sometimes you have to write Convex Dev separately. And now you can see, look, it's going to run Next and Convex. One is blue, one is magenta, and the two commands are Next Dev and Convex Dev. Now, if I do PM Dev :all, watch this. I get Next. And this is similar to how Turbo Repo works, look, and Convex. That's just pretty clean. Like that's quite nice to look at instead, right? And now I can be sure that when I'm running my app, and if I go over here, localhost 3000, I can see my app running and I can be sure that my front end and the back end is working. Phase 4 is in wave B, right? Now this is the common Claude code designed kind of, UI at this point. I can see like, it tends to have the same layout. You can, a couple of giveaways is like at the top. It always looks the same. You can customize however the hell you want to customize it, but this is kind of cool. Look, Zencom widget, you can go ahead and just pop this inside of your app and then go ahead and use it. Now, prefer npm user package. Oh wow, that's cool. I didn't have that on my one before. That's very cool. We actually added in a widget TS package. Holy crap. Okay, that's pretty cool. I didn't expect that one. And we've also got our pro and enterprise plans available, right? Now we can customize these pricing cards if we don't like these by using instead the clerk checkout button component, but that's a thing to do later. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, okay, so let's say fix whatever you need to fix here. And you have all access to CLIs and MCPs to be able to implement the webhooks, signing secrets and so forth. And also while you're at it, begin execution of what you can in wave B. So that way we can just proceed with getting the app built as fast as possible. Do everything in parallel that can be done in parallel. Okay, so in this case, I'm just trying to get to the end goal as quick as I can, right? But over here, you can see now, if I was to look at this, let's look at our commit graph. This is what you want to see. Not one huge commit, right? But instead, things like this. Why do you want to have it like this? Because now, if there was ever a disaster, I can jump back to a specific checkpoint. Like, okay, everything was fine when we were here, but when I did this, everything broke. So you can go ahead and basically like jump back to your appropriate steps. Now, the next step is we want to go ahead and do Panda MD over here. So we need to get the wave A is done. Now we're going into wave B. Phase 4 leads, widget customizer, and phase 7. And I believe, I don't know if our sign in flow would fully work yet, but let's just try. So continue with Google because it won't be syncing the webhook yet because the webhook isn't set up yet. But again, has it been built in that way? Let's have a look. We can see here, if it doesn't and it breaks, it's because the webhook isn't set up. It's not going to synchronize an organization to my user, in which case it will break. But we can see. So that if I said, for example, let's create an organization, and then we can give it a logo if we want. In this case, it should proceed without a logo. So, okay, I logged in, should redirect me to dashboard. It's a bit nicer, but here, tooltip must be used in tooltip provider. Very, very simple fix, actually. In fact, with these ones, I could actually just go ahead and throw it straight in there. I could throw into cursor while that's happening. Bit dangerous again, because this is setting up an entire plan on that, and I'm just about to go do something dramatic over here. But I can keep an eye safely on the changes here. But you see, it's already made the branches for 4 and 7. But it may actually, in a second, fork off of main when it does that. But no, it shouldn't for now. We should keep main and start work on these in the meantime. Okay, so in this case, it fixed the tooltip provider. And there you go, we're in. And now, boom, I've got my dashboard look. I've got my selectables, public key. I've got a public key, one member. I've got a knowledge base that we can start to interact with. Not the most beautiful, but it's not the worst either. Inbox, we've got our inbox. Team, we've got our team management. We can see members, we can invite. We've got our rows. Overview, let's do ask knowledge base. Let's see the AI ask knowledge base questions about what is cited, streaming, answers here. And then the install step that we probably need to actually implement is the widget part, which is actually, I believe, part of plan 7, phase 7 and that part. So in this case, if I do command I, leads and widget customizer and widget AI integration. So yeah, it's integration. Okay. So this is the cool part now. So at this point I can say commit changes here. So commit, let's just say commit changes. And there's also other changes here for the dev concurrently. And this is why I like to use Composer 2.5 because it's just so fast. It like blazes through stuff like this, right? Staging all modified commit messages, recovering tooltip and the dev script. Cool. So it's going to go ahead and commit those. Nice. Done it. I can sync those changes and I can do this safely. Like this is what I mean. I'd really recommend you get good with Git flow. So then you understand what the hell's going on, what you're doing, what you can do and what you can't do. So you see how phase 4 and 7 branches don't have those changes, but in main, we do have those changes. Okay. Now it's starting the workflow. Now, in this case, it can say, so a clerk JWT Convex must exist, and its token must carry AUD plus the org claims, and that's the exact hand in the foreground. Let me launch wave B in the background, so it builds while I provision both tracks phase 4. So now you can see, look, it's starting to build phase 4 and phase 7. Nice. Okay. So build wave B in parallel, then merge into one validated integration branch. So now we've got these two branches that will kick off. So you can see these two are now going to start seeing progress on them. Okay. And what's really cool is that phase 7 actually just pulled in. No, it's not pulled in. It's just comparing against the origin main. Yeah. So any questions about this part so far? Because it can be quite intense at certain points, but it's incredibly powerful if you see what we're doing. We're essentially orchestrating on Ultra Code. But if we look at the usage, guys, like insane, 8. And we basically got an app built like that's damn crazy. So it doesn't know that we've actually already created the Convex JWT template. So I want to see if it can actually figure this out on its own. I mean, we actually already did create this one, but in this case, it's trying to actually create, it's actually posting to it. Both exist, so I can empirically fill it. And I believe it's because it already exists. So let's see. And if we have a look, so a lot of the time they're stuck in thinking for a while before we'll start to see any progression. But again, the one thing I want to stress here, yes, we told it to use Shadcn. So you're going to get this naturally, you know, looks the same as every other AI generated app approach in the beginning. You can feel free to do like customization afterwards. My approach would be wire it up first, and then you can start to kind of, you know, mess around with what you want to mess around with. Yeah, look, Convex template already exists. Hey, there we go. Let me inspect actual config. So it found the previous one, and you see how it's able to get there now. So this is really nice. These are its own Python scripts it's basically using at the time. Or is the template is already correctly configured. Answers the whole earlier uncertainty. Clerk sets lets you set AUD. Now let me empirically prove concept will the create authorities. No, it doesn't need to do that. No need. Oh, jeez. That's so frustrating when it does that. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Continue workflow and no need to prove Convex will accept JWT. I already did. See, that's the part that annoys me about this one is they need to change that part, because where I stopped, I didn't want to stop this, right? But now it has stopped it, and it will have to either continue it. But you see, it actually started to make changes there. So that hasn't lost, like the changes is done, but it's going to have to re-initialize the workflow for that, which is frustrating. And that's going to take thinking as well. I should have just let it do a damn test, but it should let me just stop this in its track as opposed to stopping this, but it's okay. Okay. I actually brought a protein shake with me today because I was like, this stream, I feel like the streams are getting long, even though we're using AI. It's still, let me have a little bit of a snack. Otherwise I'm live for 4 hours. Understood AuthGate is closed. Convex template has, yep, I'll skip the empirical mint test, move on. Let me record and tackle the webhooks. The endpoint and sanity got managed through Clerk's SFix integration. Let me see exactly how far I can provision with the API. All right, so this is actually pretty cool because it can handle everything for you, and it's very cool. So it sets up a webhook on Clerk, and then basically we'll go ahead and do that entire thing. So if we go to Clerk now, and again, I've done all of these things manually before in streams, but effectively this one over here, so this webhook, it's going to create an entire webhook flow here. Okay, so it's going to be using SFix to do that. Now exhaustively search Clerk API for webhook endpoint management. So now it's checking out the entire documentation. And then, but the problem is the workflow stopped. But continue. Oh, that's frustrating. Like, why did it stop? There's just, I don't. And then if I stop the, I'm going to stop this and say continue the workflow. And again, I should have been like continue the workflow with B parallel. I accidentally stopped it. And just do that and let it go from that. Like, be very specific with it. But yeah, the point is that I kind of nudged that in the wrong way. Now, don't get me wrong. Can you do this individually? And would it be quicker? And would you maybe have got to like a further point in the app? Like maybe, yes. But at the same point, like you should learn how to orchestrate agents, because that's really where the future of an AI engineer is going towards, as opposed to, cool, like anyone can come and do like an individual chat and start a new session and start chatting away with it. And basically, but the difference is if you can orchestrate them and understand how to go ahead and do that really damn well, then you can, that's going to separate things a lot. Whether it's still running. So it's found that it's basically it's not running. Let's see, look. Uncommitted, last wave A, integration phase. Merge not reach. So now it's going to figure out. I don't know if they can resume a workflow. Interrupted early, fully. So since neither build agent completed, there's nothing useful cache. So I'll reset the Worktrees to a clean. Oh, okay. Yeah, you see it like at the moment it can't do a continue flow. So that's a bit frustrating. That's where separate chats, I guess, would have been good. And again, I would only recommend you do workflows for like a genuinely big chunk of work. Like maybe like a big refactor, or like in this case, we're doing a build from scratch. So yeah, I guess it works. But in my day-to-day, am I using workflows? I would be using PR approaches more likely than workflows, unless I'm doing something like a huge task, like a refactor. That's a different story. Okay, so now we've carried on the parallel build in the back. And again, it's reset these, and it's going to start from scratch for these two, because it wasn't that far ahead anyway. Okay. Now, while that's happening, it's going to carry on with the other side of things. So, and then here we can just say continue setting up the webhook and whatever else you need to do. To be fair, we probably will just come back to that anyway. How far are we not had logged out? I'm not sure what you mean. Not had logged out. Basically right now we've done wave A. So we're now just doing the widget integration part. And then we're pretty much good to go. So in this case, the app is not running because we killed it over. No, we didn't kill it. It was, yes, it should be running. Yeah, so it's still running. Go to our dashboard. We have everything in here, so you can invite members to the team. And in fact, let me just show you that flow. So if I was to invite, let's say team at papareact.com, send the invite as a member row, okay? Because I want to see the two different rows, okay? Invitations now goes there. And then what I'm going to do is inside of Arc, you can actually have separate tabs. So in this tab, I'm not logged in, but in this profile, I'm logged in, okay? So I should have got an email now, which I'm just going to check on now. So I'm opening up my email. Let me just wait until it pops up. And once this is done, let me pull it up and see if I can get it. So, nice. I just got some very good news. That's awesome. It's hard to smile, hard not to smile at that. But if I was to go ahead and open this, accept invite in. So I just got the invite on my email. I've accepted it. And then you see it says fill in the missing forms. So I can log into the account. And now this is the team at Papareact account. Now I'm going to quickly, oops, sorry. So I've actually I forgot to share the screen, but I basically just accepted the email link where it says confirm your invitation. And then now I'm just logging in to my email because it's logged me out. So give me 2 seconds and I will show you. So, okay. So we're back. It says, you're signing back into Clerk. Now you get this screen when you haven't deployed. So this is the default redirect. You can fix that afterwards. But if we go back to this while we're testing, hit a refresh on that profile. Now we can see if we sign in and I logged into my team account on this profile, we should have our accepted invite. So you see, look, choose your organization, PapaFam. I've been invited to that one. So now I can go there, go to the dashboard, boom. Hey, this is awesome. Look, as an admin, I can see everything. As a member, I can only see overview, inbox, or ask knowledge base. So I can't modify the knowledge base, but I can ask it. So imagine like I'm a support member. I've literally been hired in to reply to people, right? Maybe I don't want to go in and manage the knowledge base. A bit extreme, to be fair. You should probably let them manage the knowledge base. But here, it's just a good example that I can go and reply to people, but as an admin, I should be able to come in and affect the knowledge base. Because think about it, maybe I don't want my support team to come in and do that. And if I go to the team now, and I go to members, I can see, look, Sunny here. And if I change him to an admin, now watch this. Come over here. hit a little refresh, and boom, I have full access now, right? So this is pretty damn awesome, okay? So if we go over here now, go back to, you know what? That person's misbehaving. I'm gonna restrict their rights, right? Boom. Now they lose that access. So this is row-based permission access. So pretty awesome. Now, if we go over, this music's sick. This is Jay's playlist. This is good. Jay should be done, guys, from surgery, like right, maybe around now. To be honest, I've got good news for him when he comes out. That's the good thing. So, let me go and just check one thing. So, okay. Okay. So at this point, we can see like Wave B is running. We have relaunch. Webhooks need one click. No pure CLI exists. It does exist. It's so frustrating when it does this. Okay. Anyway, I'll show you now. So on it, I'll draw. No, it doesn't need to do this. Like, no. I clicked stop again. Oh my God. Okay. I'm gonna say I accidentally stopped the workflow. Restart Wave B workflow. Okay. Yeah, while that's happening, to be fair, yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, where is this to? You had the endpoint traveling. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and just get it done over here because it's frustrating. I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Anyway, go into this new chat. Boom. Webhooks. You had the endpoint. Okay. Handle this for me. Okay. This agent can do it. Oh no, don't do it on this. Go on Opus. I mean, to be fair, Composer 2.5 could probably do that. But I want to show you guys how sometimes it gets very frustrating when it does that. But if we're on main here, I'm on main branch. And you should know which branch you're working on. So right now I'm affecting main, so I'm not going to screw with the other ones. MCP only provides SDK so it can create webhook endpoints. So Clerk CLI, the Clerk CLI can do it. And sometimes each harness can, I don't know why my Claude code is kind of being in a, see, look, I've done that again. So I'm burning through tokens here for no reason. But anyway, even then, it still hasn't hit 1% usage, so it's fine. Okay, that's frustrating. Why did it do that? Oh, okay. I'm gonna invalidate a key because it stupidly did something. It just showcased my environment variables all over the screen. So sad. I can't even hide that as well. Okay. It shouldn't do that. So I'm gonna switch out my environment variable quickly because it just gave away my OpenAI key. Okay, so I'm just swapping out my OpenAI key and rotating it. Okay, now I have my new key and I'm just gonna set it in the terminal. So what I'm doing is I'm just gonna talk it out because I can't show you this one. I'm gonna open a terminal. I am running that set command, which is the Convex set one again. So this one was actually npx convex environment set OpenAI API key. And then I'm pasting in my key. And now the key is inside. And then I'm basically going into my environment file and it's no longer there as well. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now I've done it. So I'm just going to make sure that it's not exposed again. I can't even hide that one, that's so frustrating that I can't hide that. But anyway, that one's gone anyway. Okay, so let me wait until it goes past that point. Okay, so I guess I can show you here. Does this AI background or real? What do you mean? Not sure what you mean. And it goes, can we not use an X Turbo repo for the widget and dashboard? How can we manage both widget and standalone? So you can do it two ways. The demo that I built earlier actually was a Next.js /widget route that gets rendered inside of a widget, which is quite a clever way of doing it. And then in this build on stream, again, the non-deterministic, like I'm trying to show it raw as hell, like so it's built it a different way this time. It's going to do an actual TypeScript, it's actually done a quite cool thing here, to be fair. But one minute, I'm going to show you something here. It just popped this up on my screen. So you see, like it opened up SVIX. So I dug into it, and here's where I stand. Convex handler is live. No, you can 100% create a damn webhook. So in this case, you can create a webhook, a Clerk webhook using the CLI, MCP. 100% you can do it. I've done it before. If it doesn't do it, then that's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I can just create one myself. It's really not the end of the world. Like it's quite easy to do. So if we were to do that ourselves, I mean, you know what? Leave it. Let's just do it ourselves. It's fine. Like while this is building anyway. Like two ways to finish it. Let's see. URL, flexible lock, convex site webhook. Okay, let's go here. So let's make it this size, and I'm just going to go ahead and pull out my screen over here. Let's go ahead and pull this over here. Now go to webhooks, add endpoint. This is the web endpoint. And then you look, configure an endpoint or test with SVIX play. So you can do it. I've definitely done it. You guys are just gonna have to trust me on that. For the events, we can do organization. So organization all, organization membership. Let's say organization membership, user events all, and then we're gonna say subscription all. We're gonna say subscription item. So subscription item all. And copy the WSIC. Okay, so now we have all of our events, 23 events selected, create. And then we have a signing secret. Now, of course, naturally, you don't give your signing secret to the AI, okay? Or you can go ahead and give it anyway, okay? So this is just for the build demo. I'm just surely showing you what you shouldn't do. You should just run npx convex environment set this, and then you should paste that in. But I'm being a bit lazy here because we've got quite a lot going on. Question, Sunny. What do you do in damn model days? What do you mean damn model days? I'm not sure what you mean. Might have been a typo. What kind of models of PC do you recommend in CPU and GPU capacity for medium tasks, 4 days a week work for efficient AI agents and workflows mostly for my web devs, just budget PCs? Remember, here's the thing, right? You don't need a powerful computer to run what's it called? Again, by the way, that's a secret key, so you obviously don't show that, right? You don't need a powerful computer to actually run agents. That's the truth. If you run Claude Code, it's very lightweight. Most of the workload is happening on the Claude servers, right? It's only if you're trying to do, it's literally only if you're trying to do local models that you need a more powerful computer. The times where I find it beneficial is if I've got like tons of things open and I'm doing a madness of things. But honestly, a lot of the time you could do quite a crazy amount from just the CLI, using the Claude Code CLI and so forth. Clerk missing signing secret copy. I can't please go. I'm not sure what you mean, guys. Like when you send a message, please, like it'll help me so much if you just proofread it, because it's hard to see what you guys are meaning. When the models are very damn pricey or expensive, do you mean? So this one is 9%. The main thing is, look, okay, even if it is expensive, like you guys see, like I'm on Ultra Code, like blasting this thing right now. And I'm not using that much. Like realistically, like it's not barely going through the usage. And I've been going to town on this like for ages. Cursor goes pretty quick, I'll be honest. The cursor usage is insane. Like it goes too quick in my opinion. Obviously it's doing it like, you know, it's contacting Claude Code and Codex. on your behalf, so they're not using the true value, like kind of usage amount. But the plans for Codex and the plans for Claude Code are incredible. So those ones are, you're going to get huge usage like that. Most of you probably won't max out. In this case, we can see, okay, the work has been a widget.ts. Let's have a look. Widget config, need capture, additive imports, public widget API, called by the embedded /widget iframe. This is awesome. So this is where it happens. Phase 4, capture a lead when a widget passes contact details. And you can see get widget config. The main thing is getting that widget to go ahead and paste. So you can literally copy a snippet and paste it onto any website and it will load. That's the benefit of the install script. Hey, you got my beautiful girl. T's in the house. So build script, let's see what we've done. So wave B building in the background, webhooks are fully wired, AuthGate is now connected as well. Jenny goes, sorry, Sonny, I mean, when models are just stupid, for lack of a better word, totally get it, dude. Because they can't figure out simple stuff, model performance is just annoying. What do you do? Thank you for explaining it. So it does get, don't get me wrong, it gets frustrating, but the truth is just, we have to take accountability, because a lot of times we could have either A, given more context, or B, sometimes I'll be honest, I feel like they do degrade the models behind the scenes sometimes. Like I've definitely had times where I feel like I've got an error where it said the servers were overloaded, and then it definitely, I feel, was dropping the model down to a weaker model, because it definitely wasn't doing what it was doing before. But the common things are either A, that your context windows are too big, right? So if your context window is massive and it's being forgetful and it's doing stupid things, then I'd recommend, I would say, okay, all the previous chat, does it benefit this agent by having that? Because if it doesn't, start a new chat. The second thing, if it keeps making the same mistakes over and over again, I'd make sure that you do command, comma, and go over to memory. So type in memory and make sure capabilities memories is turned on, right? So firstly, like have a memory system in place. This will already help out a ton. Like for example, as it saves memories. And when it does something annoying, I always say save to memory. So there's steps that we can take in place like that will basically help out a ton. And quite honestly, I do tend to experiment a lot of the time between models. So I do find GPT-5.5 is a workhorse. It's a very good model for getting very accurate. Like if I say on a task, I can be sure it's going to do pretty damn well on like wiring up some stuff, but it sucks at design. Like it just, every GPT-5.5 thing that it makes in terms of visual, I always get Opus to go and fix that thing because it looks ugly as hell. Opus is like a creative genius as well as a reasoning wizard. Like Fable 5 was beautiful, I can't lie. Like it was actually a beautiful model. Like it worked so nicely for so many things. It's very annoying that they did what they did, but hopefully they can sort that out soon and get that back, because that was incredibly good. And people don't realize that was actually very closely priced to GPT-5.5. Obviously it was the most expensive, but still the usage was absolutely pretty good. Like it wasn't burning through tokens like people thought. Well, they would say it ran through their whole bill in like an hour. It did not do that. And if you didn't know what you're doing, it did that. Garner in the house, what's up? Old Vloggy says, I'm saying this because 8 gigs of RAM is owed for this thing, 16 gigs and some of our 4 cost of view is good though. You don't need, dude, you don't need a crazy computer, honestly. Like you can do so much from your, I'm doing a lot of like honestly, no joke, like from, obviously our phones are crazy powerful now, but just from any interface where I can get to Claude Code, it is enough. Like I just need a terminal. And if I can SSH into my server, I can basically do every single thing from that single terminal. I don't need anything fancier than that. Just literally, like you don't need a crazy computer to run AI. You need a crazy computer if you're going to run an AI local model. That's a different story. But if you're running it on a cloud, like no, you just need a way to send a message to the cloud, and then literally you can have a cloud agent running. Like if you're running the agent or like tons of workflows locally, then yeah, okay, maybe they're running locally and then it could be intense on the machine. But even then, like, yeah, this stuff doesn't take much. If you're finding that cursor is intensive on your computer, I would say switch to what's it called? Oh, Neha's in the house. There you go. I was so confused. I was like, I swear I recognize the name. Which computer do you recommend? MacBook all the way. MacBook all the way. Caught me off guard. That's so jokes. What's up, guys? I know you guys are watching now. Totally not weird. Okay. Anyway, the second phase is done. So part 50% of the second phase. So phase 7 is done. So if we go over here now, and we see. Goes, whoop. I see you. I hope you guys are going to F45. Phase 7 done. Phase 4 over here is, or should be done in a sec. Yeah. So it's just committed. Let's see in a sec. So once that's done, we should have the merge start, and then we can basically get things rolling. So this is the final part of the puzzle, which gets us that Zendesk intercom style behavior kind of running with things. So hopefully it's done. And then again, this is why I like to use the CLI, because this gets super frustrating that I can't jump into that a bit more. I will do, definitely will do. So here we have referrals by design, because quota enforcement isn't wired at usage sites yet. This we should have if we're, one second, where's my music go? Oh, okay, it's not working. One sec. Okay. And marketing, pricing, install copy our placeholders. I can pick those up after WebB lands if you want. I'll ping you when. To be honest, we could just do that now. This bit, just say implement now. So implement now. And because remember, that is, while this is happening, these are sub agents. Our main agent thread is still free. So it's able to go ahead and do that. Or in fact, I was about to hit stop. Don't do that because it will stop this. You could have just said implement now on a sub agent, and it wouldn't have, then it would have stopped, not blocked the main thread. So that's worth knowing how these agent flows work. If you're going to block the orchestrator now, then the orchestrator, even if this finishes, but this still has a merge step, so it's fine. Yeah, but if this didn't have a merge step, then I would say you shouldn't block the main orchestrator thread. You should have said throw this into a sub agent so you don't block the main thread. But this one, phase 4, should be done in a sec. So we have the leads page all implemented now. And again, a big benefit is, like, if you do have a workflow and you have a ton of things that need to eventually kind of pull together, the whole benefit is that if I don't have /go with a task next to it, it's going to be a bit of a situation where I could come back to my machine and it's like, it could have asked me a question and just kind of like waited for me to do, like, give back the response to a question, which is so annoying. And I've done that before when I was in the beginning, where I would basically give it, like, say, I'm going to sleep, I want you to do X, Y, Z. You have full reign, full authority, like permissions. And then I come back and it's like, oh, I just have a couple of questions. So like those things are super annoying because then no work gets done. So if you do /go, even this works as well in Codex. I think it originated in Codex. But basically, if you do /go and you type in XYZ, like your condition, now it will understand. And I typically will even say to it, like, just so it has full context, I'm not available for the next 8 hours or I'm asleep. And basically I'll say, like, you need to make permissions and do everything yourself. But /go effectively doesn't get blocked. It will just keep on doing what it needs to do until it's done. So it's just worth knowing that's typically the big difference between those two. Let's see what's happening here. So I always find that sometimes, like here, for example, phase 4 leads 157.2, 75 tool calls. So both of these have stopped, yet it hasn't suggested that it's finished. So I believe what could be happening now is, because I've got this one running, it could be maybe thinking about this task. So I should have maybe waited for that to do, or it's just kind of composing what's happening. For implementation, no, before the way B merge state runs in the main working directory. Look, it actually caught it. That's amazing. Look, I'd call that merge in working tree mid-flight. Look at this, the widget which is being built. So doing these in the current main, that's correct. Fastest participant since nouns. Okay, let me look. Yeah, there you go. Both tracks. You see the main orchestrator agent. You see how it shifted the phase. So that was very important actually. And also there was a dependency on phase 7. So that's fine. All right, wave B finishes, quarter enforcement, marketing copy, row free from the base plan. Okay. And also what I want to do is, I'm going to say, go to clerk, checkout button. And if you see here, this is quite good because what this does is basically instead of having the pricing table, you can simply use this and it's quite clean. So you can have a custom, what's it called? A fully custom pricing page. And yeah, that's a lot cleaner than having it this way. So we can do it 2 things. We can either have it here or we can have a new agent. You know what? I'm going to show you a little trick. So we're going to have a work tree off of main, and we're going to say using this component. Wait, what I like to do is just say using this component, I want you to rebuild the pricing page with a much nicer styling. So that way we've got a much cleaner list of all the features and everything else in one concise table, instead of using the pricing table component, and instead implement the checkout button as needed. Always refer to the latest documentation when doing this. And basically now what I'm doing is I'm spinning up a second agent on a work tree, which is separate to this. So you see like how we're trying to approach all of this. So first thing we need to pay attention to is this one has basically got, we have our, this is where it gets really cool. So we have our wave B integration branch, right? Which has 2 different phases executed. Those phases finished. So now we're doing a merge. So it has a merge branch. So this merge branch is now handling merge changes. Okay. Then we just started a new chat, which is this one. So it always comes up with some random, like an index afterwards. And you can see here that we basically have the work starting to be commenced on this branch. So each of these branches has individual work on it that are not touching the others. And of course, these 2 are getting merged into this one, and this one is separate off of main. Okay, and if you click into them, you can actually see the differentiation in commits. Yeah, so it's really, really nice way of getting things done. And as you can see, this one now is actually merged. So this one is actually, that was pretty quick. So in a second, this one should be done. So we can see phase 7 and phase 4 are both inside. That's been pushed into it. Janet says, if your computer is not that powerful, use something like Pi Harness, less heavy, and SUSE Helium browser for that less heavy and powerful. Oh, nice. That's a good suggestion, Janet. I always love how, like, I always think sometimes I'm like, okay, we're 3.5 hours into a stream. Like, who is still locked in? Like, I wonder, is everyone still like locked in? And then when I see comments like that, I'm like, oh man, like everyone is literally dialed into the stream, because it blows my mind. Like sometimes it's just someone will say, oh, Sonny, you wrote something wrong. And I'm like, wow, like there's literally that like level of watching. It's impressive. Like, I love that. Okay. So the final step that we have is merge is clean. On top of main, 0 conflict markers. Nice. This is perfect. So the AI cap is hard coded, 1,000 instead of plan derived. I'll fix that next. Let me independently verify my own gates before landing. So now it's basically gonna check its own checks against this. That means 2 things. That means code gen check with the Convex, and that means TypeScript check, as well as like integration. So like, was the merge conflicts correctly handled? Okay. And then once that's done, it will do a cleanup, so you won't see these anymore. And this one over here has now, you see this? So we have, oh, this one has now merged into main. So yeah, so this just merged into main, which is why we can see it in the original remote branch. And you see how it automatically cleaned up. So if we go back here now, you can see that it should say cleaning up. So both gates passed, landing wave B to main, and part of landing means cleaning up work trees, which is why we saw them disappear. Now this one is 3 behind. So yeah, you literally see it in real time happening. It's pretty cool. And this is why I would always say, like, you should have cursor open. And if you have several screens, that's the ultimate thing, because honestly, like having, it's so important. I'll be honest, like when you're doing this kind of like agent flow and like having like parallel agents working, have invest in a second screen because it's going to save you a ton. Like I'll be looking at like cursor on one screen and then I'll have like agents on another screen or my main laptop screen. You just need a second screen and it'll go a long way, as opposed to having everything like condensed like this and kind of everything that's squashed up. Now over here, let's see. So this is merged in. Let's see the pricing page redesign. Pricing table is present and there's an experimental import. Let me confirm whether a checkout button exists in this installed version. The experimental entry re-exports from here. Clerk packaging roster using fine. So I think it could be that it's not in the latest version. So I need to check actually. So firstly, are we on main? Let's have a look. Yes, we are on main. If we go to package.json, and you can see, look, future work is happening now, as in like, separate work, follow-up quota, follow-up marketing. Yo, that is sick. Look at that. It's doing separate trees now. Like it's starting to, start task 8 and 9. They touch disjoint files. So I'll run them in parallel work trees and verify, merge state them, creating the work tree off the new main. Really nice. Okay. So now these are basically building out new features. So if we go to Clerk Next.js 755, 756. So it could have been 756, but I don't think it, I think it's definitely inside of 755. Clerk React and the billing plan API and Clerk Backend. Only Clerk appears directly. It depends, it must be hoisted somewhere. Exist. Now I need these. Okay, so I found it. Kunal says we can also add a Zendesk-like support system for AI agents, enabling to manage conversations, track tickets, and resolve custom issues more efficiently. Sorry. Yeah, we absolutely can. Like the tools and everything can be implemented. I would be curious to see the tools inside of this one. So if we were to do, for example, exclude.yaml, .json, .json. Let's see. Tools. I don't think, is it implement agent tools? Be curious to see. So it should have had agent tools, but maybe that was still to be merged in. Either way, I'm going to show you how we can do that. Okay. And anyway, what we can do now is WebB follow-ups is now in a workflow. Cool. But the main thing is we can actually run with the main. So we're not blocked on main. So if we do localhost, dashboard, hey, look at that. We can see our widget. Okay. So I can see the widget over here, live preview. This is cool. Oh, that's actually the live preview, by the way. Yeah, that's actually correct. That is actually how it will be. It's not obviously giving me a test page, but if I go to install, you can see that I've got the script here. Okay. So proactive message. So like they have a question, we're here to help. Lead capture, we can do name, email, and phone. Frequently asked questions. We can have, for example, what's the refund policy? And then the answer, refunds are between, let's just say, 24 to 48 hours to process. I don't know, something like that, right? To process. Let's just do that. Couldn't save settings. Let's see what was that. Admin access required. Okay, so there's a couple of things that we need to address, which probably could be down to a few final things. Auth gate fixed. So the fact that the auth gate was added after I was inside of it could have been a bit of a concerning thing. But either way, I'm going to add in seed data. So rather than doing this all ourselves, this is long. I'm going to do it a much cooler way. I'll show you how we do it. And also I want to have a test page. So that's another thing. So after this, I'm going to have it as okay, so I'm going to say okay, let's do another one. When we have the install widget, I want to be able to load a test sample website with the widget on it. This will allow me to test out the widget as if it was embedded on an actual website. So from the install page, have a load sample website button. All right. So we're going to go ahead and kick that one off. And again, separate work tree. Okay. All of these should be in separate work trees. And what you can do here is you can change the You can change the group by. No, they don't show it here. I think that's something they need to do, to be honest, is have it as, I mean, like it's here. I know it's in a separate worktree, but like Codex shows that it's actually a worktree icon, which is much nicer than this. This is sometimes a bit annoying that it doesn't show that. But if you open up a terminal, you can see it here anyway, if you've got my ZSH. Or if you open up a terminal, you haven't got my ZSH, type in PWD, and you can see that you're in a worktree. Okay, so this one's almost done. Fully verified API picture, pressing page redesign. And then let's have a little test again. So here. And even after all of that, I actually want to have a seed bit of data. So we're going to have another work tree. Go ahead and say, I want you to create I want to have a ton of seed data inside of one of my workspaces. Create the seed functionality and then check for the workspace that I've already set up, or the organization that I've already set up, called PapaFam, and go ahead and apply all of the seed data. I'm talking about the knowledge base, the sample test chats, for example, and all of these things. Right? PapaFam, yeah, there we have it. And basically you'd build it out like this, right? You'd continue on to build it out like this. Now I'm debating between, like, obviously we've got some features which would be, you need to try a widget script on different domains, not local for testing. Yeah, you absolutely do. I have tested it though. So just full FYI, like I did make sure to test that myself. So in the previous build, the first one that we did to launch, once it was launched, I went ahead and copied the snippet, threw it into, for example, papareact.com, and it literally rendered out and worked. So yes, 100 is a very good point. You don't want to be testing it on localhost. You definitely want to be making sure that it works. Let's see here. So now we've got a couple of agents and flowing through. And you can see like we're still at 9%, which is unbelievable. Yeah. Page overflow issue. This was from a previous thing I did. Here we got questions. Where should the loan sample website on the dashboard install tab, marketing install page? Just do both places. How should the sample website option how should the sample website option open when clicked? New browser tab, in-app modal frame, new browser tab. Yep. Bro, Super Whisper is so fast, but how much is the accuracy? Does it beat Whisperflow? So I personally haven't used Whisperflow, but I know people swear by it. But I love Super Whisper. Like I use it day in, day out for a million different things. I paid for, like, I believe the lifetime plan. I can't remember what I paid, but if you are gonna buy it, then I recommend just use Sunny25. You'll get a little discount off. It was cool because I bought it and then the founder reached out saying he loved the fact I used it. And I love it. I use it all the time. Okay. It's super quick, yeah. Okay, so now this is in the follow-up step. And that we can see this is so clean now. Like, hopefully from today's video, let me know in the chats down below if you've learned something new about the way Worktrees work. Because it's a difficult concept to teach when you're trying to do a full build on a live stream in 3.5, 4 hours. So trying to get it down in a way which I can show you the most value was my goal today with that. But I think we've done pretty damn good with getting like the run through on the Worktrees. So let's go over here. So you can see like loads of these are getting merging because origin main is constantly creeping up. Next level will be live voice agents with custom voices. Dude, it's crazy you say that because literally a company reached out last week. Really cool company. And we are doing a video with them. And I was literally building the demo for it yesterday. So very, very cool that you mentioned that. Live voice agents with custom voices. And it's really cool because it even calls you. Like it actually calls your phone as well. I'm going to be creating an entire dedicated video for that one. And that one was very cool. I was really impressed with that. So like that video will be coming very quick, very soon. Okay. Seed data is now happening. Before I need to know two more things: how RAG knowledge-based ingestion AI agent threads actually work. So now it's going to go ahead and check through everything. And then we've got this over here. So we've got a question over here. Does the design look right on the market? So what's this? So new public route app sample site page with TSA, how the widget gets embedded. A tiny inline bootstrap on the script does precisely what a customer's pasted snippet does. Yes, very important. So that is literally what effectively the snippet will do. Install done. Yes, go. The environment very depends on the marking size and you return. They want to skip the marking by entirely and ship dashboard one. Oh, actually no. Only ship dashboard. Yeah. Free Super Whisper promotion plug. Yeah. He gets. He's getting it for free every time because I just use it every time. But it's cool. It's cool. I appreciate the way he reached out, which is quite cool. No Convex deployment configured. Oh, super frustrating. Okay, so in this case, this is going to happen again because remember my Convex MCP for some reason doesn't work in this one. So I'm going to kill this one. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go into cursor, open up an AI agent, and I'm going to throw it in here. So, and for this one, interestingly enough, I can't do. Let's do it in the cursor view here. So main local new Worktree. And we can kick that off. So I have cursor agent view on the right here. Is the upcoming build using VAPI or Bland? Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's no thing I can't say it. Yeah, Bland reached out. Bland it's sick. It's awesome. I really like it. So yeah, we are using that. Positive fast. One thing also I do love about cursor when you run any task, for example, is it will use sub agents like Composer 2.5 to fly through the code base instead of running it on Opus 4.8, which is so much smarter. And I wish that like other models took inspiration from that, or other harnesses took inspiration from that, because like this alone is flying through the code base right now. Look how quick that gets through it. Like Composer 2.5 is incredibly quick. Zencom plays so here we have it. So that's done. So full Zencom is built. Yes, nice. So it just done the final wave, marketing copy and quota enforcement. And then let's see, was this pushed in? So PM dev all. This is now on main. So I say, is this merged to main? I believe it is, but we can see for ourselves. If we do Command E, go back over here. Yeah, we are on main, sorry. And then we've got these two. One of these was dead though, that I'm pretty much gonna get rid of. Command J, we are on main, yep. Now, nice dude. Yeah, it's fully managed in main. So in this case, this was, the final bit was for install. So install, very nice. Look at that Zencom key, data Zencom key. Very nice. Okay. And then trying a sample site. Let's see if that will load up. Zencom preview. So imagine like you're on a site, for example, and then boom, it pops up. Like this is how it looked now. It's like, hello. Thinking. And you see how it's literally an embed. So this is actually correct. So you can see, hello, how can I assist you today? Like, what do you know? Right now, it doesn't know anything, I don't believe. But already, the agent chat is working. So it's streaming in, awesome stuff. Now, 200 commit changes. Okay, so it's found the other committed changes. So let's go here, go to our agent, Command E. Oh, no, sorry. This one. So now this is basically going to handle the seeding of data. And then we have the install widget test sample website. So revert main repo. No. What is it doing? Convert my line in the main repo. Supposed to be working in the main tree. Going to change the worktree and revert main. No. Okay, so this is where it gets dangerous, where it's gonna. Oh, God's sake. Okay. Like it reverts too quickly sometimes, which is super annoying. Like you see what happened there? Like how it just reverted main. But we can be safe because wave B follow-up still made it in. Yeah. But that is super annoying when it does that. Like here I could just say just merge in. Like super annoying. Just merge in. I don't care. Like it's fine. Pricing page redesign with the clerk. So this one should not have taken this long. This was not that difficult. Okay, we're almost at the final gate now. And the only one that would be super nice to have right now to finish this off is this step. Create convex seed with internal queries, mutations, and orchestration action, author rich PubFam demo content, and then verify it, checks out, and confirms how to run it. So I can't run code gen type show much the existing file pattern, so it compiles once Convex Dev. Let me write the seed module with the rich PubFam content. So this is basically going to be creating like fake content for PubFam. Okay. And then if you see the widget now, in a second this will come on the test site. Knowledge base. Let's just check something as well. So refund policy. Let's just type in it's great or something. Published, mark as popular, create article. Here we are. So forbidden access. So we're getting a few issues like this, I noticed. So I get this issue whenever I'm using any form of admin access gated thing, such as adding an article to knowledge base. Is this because I created my user prior to the work being done, the webhook work being done? So I have a feeling that it hasn't synced my user. Like if I was to create, I'm in like an edge case right now, because basically what's happened is, yeah, I know exactly what's happened. So we have to create like prime example. So like if I was to do it now for like, this account I haven't used yet, operator.team@gmail.com. So if I go ahead and do this, and then I go continue. So here, for example, and I, for example, call this one YouTube, or let's just say this one's the Avengers, yeah? The Avengers, continue. So this organization is brand new, Avengers. Right now, if I go to knowledge base and I was to type in, for example, test 1, 2, 3, published, oops, mark as popular, create article. Okay, so it's still same situation. So no, it's definitely a bug. So reads from your close or workload, not from your Convex members table, the webhook populates. So webhook is red herring. So the thing is, we shouldn't be doing it from the thing. So we shouldn't be checking from the Convex members table. We should be checking from the clerk organization row itself. However, I think it's doing that because it's trying to check at the Convex level, when really we should be getting at the server action level itself, because at the Convex level, you don't have access. We should have. Interesting. Can we get this repo, Sonny? Do you want the original repo or do you want this one? Because I feel like the original repo is a bit further ahead than this one, but it's up to you. Let me know. Do you want the original one, this one? But yeah, I can give you one of these. Absolutely. So in this case, look, unvalid visitor session, this. So I don't know if this has been pushed in. So open sample website. Okay, so when loading widget, Just looking Convex logs, copy log. Yeah, you can, but again, the whole point of having a Convex MCP is it can do that for you. Okay, so it can jump into that for you. It can do all these things. Look at, so it's actually created all these seed articles for us. Nice. There's no local environment file. Oh, it's because it's in. Why is it in this? Oh, it's in the Worktree. Oh, I see. Okay, so we could say here like copy the environment variable files from the main branch. And now let's see. So we're at the ones. Okay, so this is the pricing page. Will get redirected, redone in a second. Let me know, Janet. And then trace straight from JWT claim. Convex mostly isn't this path for all, and I confirm the source data is correct. That means the bug is how the string is normalized. Yeah, this is what I mean. I had a feeling this would be an issue. This normalization thing. There was no need to do this because all that needs to be done is this. So when we have, for example, Clerk auth SDK B2B, we go into the I like that. That's so sick. Go to docs, go to Next.js, and if we go to simply billing, nice, Rob RBAC. Tap in RBAC, we can see here features restricting access. So this is nice, it needs to be here. So admin, moderator, globals, TSX, set the admin role for your user. But is this is not B2B, is it? Protect the admin route. No. This is for, we want it in the B2B side. So B2B RBAC. They should have done it for us, but actually, oh, okay. Okay, so it copied it over. Apply seed for me. Interestingly enough, this is cool. So you can see this. Again, you can feel free to really dive into look, like this is pretty cool. You can feel free to change the UI so the messages are in the right place and all that kind of thing. But I'm trying to more so focus on synchronizing no strips, no prefix matches the barrel, so both match. Okay, but this is frustrating with the normalized role because having normalized role can cause drift. So is this actually needed, or can we be checking at the server level instead prior to reaching the Convex action? Because what's happening here is basically in Convex's side, but we should be able to check on Convex's side because we get user identity. Either way, now actually with that in place, that should have actually fixed one thing. So if we do ABC, unless it hasn't pushed. Yeah, I would argue against this because anything where you involve trying to handle a synchronization between the the organization's row is not the way you want to handle this. Now, the way I would have handled this is actually using clerk has function, for example. Trust me, guys, it's not, if you just copy errors in this, that's how people are burning through crazy amount of tokens. Like, you want to know exactly what you're working with. This is what we're trying to do here. So has protect. So this is one, but the main thing is this was old Oracle. It's more for show auth object. It's user permissions in organizations. This one right here. Here we have it. So guide on authorizing users. Here we are. Yeah. So I'm gonna say read this. And this. Preview only supports local shares. What is going on today with my it's blocking a lot of my URLs today, which is very frustrating. So like if I said read this, for example, I know we're spamming them. I'm trying to stress one thing. Usually very no with Clerk it's very straightforward with organizations. I've done tons before. Like here you can see, like, you genuinely just use this has command. So you could just say if has, or you could do auth protect, or you could do the show. Show works on both server and client component. Works only with custom permission. So we can even copy this as markdown here as well as this one. So what I like to do sometimes is, you know what, if we just get rid of this and we go ahead and we copy this one as well, and I just throw this in because sometimes it gets frustratingly slow. So see, this is a prime example of where I don't know what it was. I think it was something that we set up initially was wrong, but the main thing is like my environment got a bit screwed up after I changed one thing. I think I know what it is, but I'll fix that after the stream. One thing to know before testing. Currently empty. Okay, now we should be checking a full test run through because we haven't done that yet. And it's very important. We should have done that, to be fair, very early on. So let's go ahead and log out. So boom, sign out. Now again, yeah, see another issue. So this one is, let's go to our users. So we've got all of our users. Our organizations are already being created a bit, Pop and Avengers. Main thing is here. So into data, let's see. So we've got student discount organization ID. So which organization is this? BN00. So organization BN00, Papa Fam. Okay, so in the Papa Fam organization, we should have knowledge base. Nice. This is good. And we can edit these. Yep, this is very good. Okay. And if we see preview, cool. That's quite clean actually. If we mark as popular. Okay, so this is definitely needs to be fixed ASAP. So Clerk, you shared exactly the right reference. Crucially, system versions aren't in the system. So before I change the approach, I need ground truth on what your token actually contains. Now, while investigating a query development as workspace empty, it means the original error came from a state that's already been cleared. So workspace.clerk.org sync, they're gone now. So interestingly enough, it shouldn't be cleared because we haven't done that. So localhost, let's go ahead and close this for a sec. Let's go to our widget, install. Okay, so let's just type in, for example, Sunny s@abc.com. Start chat. Okay, this is cool. You got some frequently asked. This is quite a nice little. Hi there. Hello. And say you're chatting away. You can add the new chat yourself if you want. But this is how it would appear on an actual website after you paste a snippet in, which is quite cool, right? And then the knowledge base, so I can say, show me all the, show me the refund policy. PubFam was a 14-day, no questions asked refund. Support a PubFam or use the in-app chat. So in this case, I just want to show knowledge base. Let's pick out something specifically. Earning and sharing a certificate. Let's do this one. What certificate do you have, right? So in this case, we love resharing. PubFam.com verify. So that's one of them. And then let's maybe do also reset account. So reset account shows some stuff, okay? So let's go to the widget. Let's go to behavior. Firstly, let's also try to change the color. So let's make it like, oh, that's horrible, but let's make it like a red. Okay, and then open sample website. I didn't save it. Oops, save changes. Couldn't save settings. So a couple of things that the saving issues are definitely concerning. So at this point, see the sources, refund, and cancellations MD. That's quite cool. If I was to say, for example, do you have certificates? Do you have certificates? Yes, Pro and Laptop certificates completion. You can claim it at My Learning, then complete it by clicking Get Certificates. Okay, certificate completion.md. So it's able to do RAG. Show me the article. I just want to see something if it does this. Which article? The certificate one. I just want to see if it can show me that. So, okay. Phishing emails. I saw another article talk about phishing emails. So let's see if it figures out. So account and security. Okay. So it's definitely doing RAG. So in this case, it's actually finding the support and everything for us. Now, in terms of escalating to a human, so I want to speak to a human. Let me connect you to our support team. They'll be able to assist you. Please hold on for a moment. Let's see. So right now, we don't have a tool call to go ahead and do that. So for example, inside of, if we go to the actual inbox now, we should be able to inspect that entire chat. So, okay, obviously it's not rendering out correctly, but AI on, AI off. If I was to take over, again, that's not an ideal place to put these. So if I was to take over, we'll just, okay, so hello. Firstly, you need to stick this to height screen and then overflow scroll. So a couple of things to consider here. And also like assigning, look, the assigning here. So which user are you assigning to? It shouldn't be showing like this, right? So I would do a full kind of run through of the entire thing. And even this online presence indicator. So if I was to go back in to that test site that we were on a second ago. So local, so sample site, was it this one? Yeah. If I come back here, look, it says Sunny Online. You see that? That's pretty cool. So if I was to go and close that right now, eventually this will die and it will go offline. But if I come back and I type in, for example, hello, we should be able to see a chat popping up here. So if I go, hi Sunny, and look, you see how it's typing? That's very cool. So the typing indicator is working. So hi Sunny, and it actually made a sound. ABC. Okay, so the full flow is working, and if we turn AI back on, and now you can see that it will go ahead and reply. Add a command component, click key combo, and navigate crazy fast. Yeah, these are all things which you can definitely do. Like, now. ABC. I just want to see something. Okay, so a few little things to tweak out, but the main thing is that I'm going to be giving you the build that we started with firstly, like the entire build, because I've gone through it and I basically like cleared out bugs and things like this. But you can see we have our member access, we have our inbox, which we can run through on different, chats and so forth. These ones are rendering in, interestingly enough, like, okay, so these not rendering in nicely. The knowledge base, we have this new one, where we can basically ask the knowledge base to see a few things. So in this case, we say like phishing, ask, let's see, information around phishing. So this one is not wired up correctly. Billing, so if we go to enterprise, for example, the upgrade flow works. So this one is really nice. So we can do this. Now we're on the upgrade plan. The redirect simply needs to change. And then the pricing also should be put inside of the dashboard now. So if we go to our pricing page, this one hasn't been merged in. So here, so merge in. Let's see, everything's prime, temporary. Okay, so dashboard, let's try and create again. So new article, ABC. Okay, so it fixed it, and let's see. So the Clerk CLI took a minute to flag it to learn. It wasn't that the token minute, it was the lab diagnostic. For request. So now it worked. So it could have been the fact that and then deleting works. Okay. So a few things are working now, which makes me think that it was just a bit of a delay, to be honest. And then if we type in, for example, refund policy. So knowledge base here. Okay, so this is working. Yeah, so it's able to find, like, it finds vector embedding references, 32%, 41%. That's very cool. Okay, so in that way, your internal team can go on ahead and ask a knowledge base as well. This is pretty cool. Leads are now also inside here, which is nice. And again, these things are like the main focus of this build is not to kind of like hyper obsess over this stuff. It's more to showcase how you can add fields. And now, of course, you can fly with this build if you really want to. Okay, even like getting a preview right and all this stuff. The same with the kind of popping up of a message. Like if we were to do, for example, 4 seconds on a sample website after saving changes. Yeah, sample website probably just didn't deploy. So in this case, look, it says 2. Okay, so obviously, oh no, it did do it. Yeah, it's very nice. And then you see how it's popped up, but okay, that's cool. And you can do a new chat. So the new, what's it called? The tool calling is something that I'd recommend adding into this. So I'm gonna just do that one addition, and then I'm gonna give you the code for the original build where I've basically added on a bunch more features to this. Because the goal of this stream is more so to show you the approach and taken that we to get to this point, as opposed to sitting here building an actual Zendesk, right? Now let's get this. Where'd it go? This one. Okay, so this actually worked. So I'm not sure what happened here. So I have a feeling what really happened was MPX Convex Dev wasn't ran, and that's my fault. And Convex Dev didn't actually just push simply. has already partially evolved this page. Get pricing table by mirror image. And then this one, once again, it now works. And then what I'm going to do is, more importantly, say here, if we want the AI agent to have a tool to be able to hand off to a human, explain how this would be done. So basically, this is where you'd implement tool calling. So I did this already in the first demo build, so I'll be sharing that example of the app. So you guys can feel free to have that one and explore it. But in this case, look at that. That's quite clear. Oh no, this is not it. It's not pulled in yet. Here I'm just going to say use the one you created overall the old one. Which tells me that my earlier rows fix was correct, but the first deploy didn't actually take. There you go. Second deploy, very normalized row fix to Vercel. Even with all of this debugging, guys, we hit 5% on Claude plan. My version win overall the old pricing files entirely. Oh, that's the old one. So it found it, which tells me something. So ground truth capture and definite your token actual shape. This is your clerk's issue instance issues the v2 compact session token format. There's no top level row org. The org data lives in the O. There you go. My get org already falls back to this. Confirmed by now. Let me move into debug log. Nice. Okay. Merging into main. And again, some of these would be old. So like, remember when I started the chat, I didn't complete the chat. That could also be a reason why it's like stale now. Dun dun dun. And I also have it running in several places, which is kind of confusing. So I have one running here. I think I have one running here. Yep, there was one running there. Okay. So before I get into too much of a rabbit hole, because I feel like I'm blowing in hard on this, and I'm going to end up forgetting I'm live streaming and start just adding features on. The main things I want to focus on is the way that we implemented this to get to this point. So effectively, we have an entire app. So it will start looking very, very nicely shortly once this is down in. So let me go ahead and pull this down. So let's do PNPM. We already have that. So PNPM dev all. And then even on Clerk side, so preparing Convex functions. Did it deploy? Convex functions ready. So let's have a look. So this is much cleaner. That's really nice. So you see how like using the checkout buttons, super, super clean. I would just make sure that that blends in smoothly, but overall, very, very clean. Now you see that get started. You can subscribe to these plans and so forth. This is an annoying bug that I see all the time happen, where as we scroll down, the banner Z index is over this. Very easy to fix, but I'll let you guys do that. In this case, if we were to subscribe to the Pro plan, you can see AI agent replies with cited sources. We've got animated knowledge base and help center, lead capture with CSV, full widget customization. And then here we've got obviously all the enterprise stuff, but $40 per seat per month and then build per seat. So in this case, if we go in, you can see if I go to my billing now, that we have a usage or replies. So we actually have our usage billing. And then if we go to our team members and we go to invite, or in this case, I just want to check billing. So is this one got seat-based billing inside? So I don't know if seat-based billing is actually, because it's very much new, the way to check it properly is if you go to configure go to billing, go to subscription plans, and say, for example, enterprise, right? Over here, you can see that seat-based. Yeah, you have to enable this one manually. Per seat fee, you could say, for example, $25 per fee, per seat. Included seats, we could say 1 seat maybe is included. And then we can say it's unlimited number of members. No, okay, so in this case, included seats must be custom limit. So let's just say for on an organization or enterprise level, you can say you can have up to 200 seats and we get 0 seats included. And it's $25 per seat. Okay, go to update plan. Oh, it's active subscriptions. Okay, so you'd have to do this in the beginning. Otherwise, you'd have to migrate. Okay, fair enough. So when it comes to adding seat-based billing, you have to do it at the point where you create the plan. If you do want to disable it, it's quite easy. Honestly, you can just these are test ones. You can just disable these organizations. We can literally delete these right now. And we should be good to go. So in this case, we delete these organizations, go back, go to billing. Again, that's dev, right? So we can do that now. But we should, unless it's tied to the subscription, but we can see if it makes a change. Yes, 25, and they say it was 50 seats. Save changes. Let's see. Yep, plan updated successfully. So now on our demo, if we go to localhost / blah 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 3000, and then we go to pricing, and we go to get started. Firstly, it should make me sign in. Yep, I'm already signed in. We create Papa Fam. And now if I go to, for example, pricing, and I want to say subscribe to enterprise. Okay. See, look, seats, $125 a month seat. So 145. So typically, actually, you should include 1 because your first seat should be free or up to four users, and then continue. And now when we come to invite users, so if this case, if I was to go to team, members, invite, purchase additional seats. You see that? So if it was like j4399@gmail.com, in this case I was to invite J, purchase additional seats, now it takes me to a purchase flow to buy the extra seat. And if I was to, for example, do invite, and let's just do, for example, team papareact.com, j4399@gmail.com. Now it's quite cool. It will calculate the seats and it works out everything, does everything, pay with test card. I'll pay for the seats, continue, and you see how it's now sent the invites to, it would have sent those invites to Jay. Oh no, I think it would have actually made me buy the seats first, at least 3 seats. Okay, so yeah, I think it should actually do the invite, but I think I caught in an edge case. But now I've got 2 additional invites. So I could do, for example, team@papareact.com and then j4399@gmail.com and then send the invites. And you can see we now have them. If I try to then invite another one, purchase additional seats, because we have 2 pending invites. Okay, very clean. Knowledge base is, oh yeah, we need to reseed the articles and everything. And so the pricing page is great, works really nice. The root cause was that we weren't checking the right thing on the token. So again, you can debug that and fix it. This one is done. What's the house case? Of course, admin dashboard defense end that we discussed. And in this case, want me to implement tools handoff from here. Okay, so now this is the final one I was talking about. So when it comes to tools, I'm not going to implement this. I'm going to show you because I've already got the code in the initial code base, which I'll upload to GitHub and I'll give to you guys in the description. But basically what we effectively would do is we would have to create tools. So in this case, we have a widget. So like handoff to human is a tool. As a description, escalate this conversation to a human support agent. Call this when the visitor explicitly asks for a human, is frustrated, or the request is outside the knowledge base, or involves billing account, legal refunds you cannot resolve. Do not call it for questions you can answer, right? The reason is 1 parameter, and then the execute is the actual running of the function. Now, all this is going to do is the internal inbox, hands off from AI, the organization, conversation ID, and the reason. And then that would effectively, you would have to go ahead and 2, you'd stream the text down to basically show them, okay, yep, this has been handed off. This is the actual mutation in the database. Flag for humans. So in this case, this would be the things that we're going to save or update on the database so that we can update the UI to show, like, look at this, make it visible to humans. So that way we can then update our UI on the dashboard and so forth, right? So in this case, let visitor, this is wrong. I want to talk to a real person. Model calls handoff to human, the tool. Mutation flips, AI enabled is false, sets needs human to true, posts a connecting new message. Model omits is closing reply. Conversation lights up in the inbox. A human opens it, replies via send agent message. AI stays silent because the gate is off, because we switched the gate off. Right? And then if you want the AI back later, say AI enabled already exists. That's exactly how we did it in the first one, in the demo. Okay, so there we have it. You know, in fact, what I'm going to do, guys, because I think it's going to be a nice way to wrap this up with the demo of things, because effectively we rebuilt to the same point. And to be honest, there was tons of, especially Git Worktrees. Git Worktrees was like, this is like a coaching call that I've ran. Honestly, it's like a 4.5 hour coaching call. But I'm going to go ahead and run the previous build and give an entire demo of what we done. And basically what I'll be including in the GitHub repo for you all to be using. Okay, so obviously there's only one way to do it with the pub farm anthem. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and actually kill the old app. So, and here we have it. So, little run through. Okay, so obviously this is the original app we started with. I'm just gonna close these out as well. But today you learned effectively all of this. So you learned how to authenticate a user, how to go ahead and basically, this UI, by the way, you can just literally prompt your way to get to it or use Claude Design and so forth. But I'm going to give you this code base anyway, right? A few little tweaks here and there will get you to a really nice point. But you learn how to do billing. So this is B2B multi-tenancy billing. So that way you can have per seats as well, that I showed you how you can set up afterwards. But if you want to go ahead and sign up, you can do your entire authentication flow. This one actually created custom sign-in pages, which is a lot cleaner. If I go into so if I log in as a user, you guys learned about obviously authentication, the actual purchasing. So let me go ahead and upgrade to Pro, for example. And again, stupid Z-index bug. So I can get rid of that afterwards. But say we subscribed to Pro, go into our workspace. This is the organization. We knew how to do the usage quotas. In this case, I have 3 of 6 things. If I change my plan to, for example, scale, in this case, I can upgrade. Go back over to the dashboard. Now I have unlocked everything. But again, if you don't want this to happen, by the way, a refresh, a hard refresh, or this isn't actually doing it correctly, but you should be using the show component. Okay, so the show component right now is probably not being used here, which is why it's not happening. But the main thing I want to highlight, right, is the actual really cool part, which is the customizer install, right? So this right here is really, really cool. If you really want to know how this works at a technical level, look at this file or look at the TS file that we covered today that I have pushed to the GitHub repo already. Basically, what we're doing is we're in this approach, we're passing in a query param to a page. Okay, so it's basically loading a JavaScript bundle with a query param. In the other example, we were basically loading a script tag and passing the ID through the script tag. Okay, so there's 2 ways you can do it. If we open up a demo site, we were able to go ahead and get all of this stuff. This one is really nice. I really did kind of dial it in. So I'm going to give you this one so you guys can feel free to play around with this yourself. But effectively, all you need to do is plug in your Convex keys, your Clerk keys, and then your OpenAI key, and you'll be able to go ahead and build this, expand on it yourself. So hopefully you learned a bunch throughout this video. If you did, like I said before, make sure you go ahead and sign up with Clerk through that link in the description. It's going to help us a ton. You learned how all of the Clerk CLI stuff was working today. And as always, guys, if you do find that this is kind of going over your head or it's so much stuff happening in the AI space, then don't be scared. Join Zero to AI Hero. The community is going to launch very, very shortly. Jane, I appreciate you so much. She said, good stream today. It was a very intense stream, actually, in terms of getting into the weeds of things, because I think we covered tons and tons of things like at such a granular level, which I think any dedicated video wouldn't really cover. So for that, I'm really grateful. We were able to get really into things at that core level. But like I said, like things that just like blow my mind lately, like if you can set up agents in the harness of your choice, it really doesn't matter, and you know how to do it. I'm talking setting up, firstly trying to look for the plugin. If the plugin doesn't exist, go to MCP and skills. And then if you have these agents primed in the right way and you're aware of how to run them in parallel in the right way, like we did today, without clashing, like by using Git Worktrees, for example, and then you stack in CLIs and like the AI can basically prep everything for you, you are literally a machine at this point. It's crazy. So I would really recommend you guys watch it back at your own pace, really kind of, kind of digest everything that's going on. And when you do want to deploy, literally just ask your agent to deploy. Once you've got your CLIs down, it can initialize and provision your Clerk instance, your Convex instance, as well as Vercel. So Vercel has a connector inside of Claude. So if you go to Claude, go to Customize, Vercel has its own connector as well. So this is going to be in the marketplace, or it'll be in connectors for Claude Code and Codex, I think. But they have different names. But the point is, you guys learned a ton today. So smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't already. As always, I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you in the next one. Peace. And send Jay some love in the chats, right? Leave a comment. He's going to come out of his surgery today, so it'll be pretty good to see him, okay? All right, peace, guys.